Okay, good morning. Um, my name is Preston Wilson. I'm with the National Dam Safety Program. I see Dr. Stern is on. So with that, we'll turn it to you, Dr. Stern, to get us kicked off with a welcome.
All right. Well, hi, everybody. It's an honor to be here. I'm Jeff Stern. I'm the superintendent at FEMA's Emergency Management Institute, and really glad to open up this 2021 virtual, everything's virtual these days, right? National Dam Safety Program Technical Seminar. We do hope that we can move past virtual here in the next few months. We're currently slated, if projections remain the same, with the virus to begin slowly opening up the NETC campus where we were last year with you all in April of this year. And so we look forward, hopefully next year we're back. Here, this is the 28th seminar since 1993. And today and this year we're going to be focused on contemporary issues in the dam and levee safety community of practice. The theme this year, as you know, is risk-informed decision-making and benefit-cost analysis for dam and levee projects. And as the former Virginia emergency manager, we work closely in Virginia with our Department of Conservation and Recreation, which oversaw Virginia's dam safety program. We had in the Commonwealth, I believe it was upwards of almost 3,000 different dams and levees, many privately owned. It was inevitable we would have incidents on any given year, and really critical as that infrastructure ages that we use all the tools we can for communities to make sure that we can continue to support that infrastructure, renew it where needed using mitigation programs, and continue to manage and fight flooding, which remains historically one of the costliest and deadliest disasters. This partnership and this annual event is with the FEMA Dam Safety Programs Office. This year, I think we have over, I think I was told this morning, 360 people, which is just really fantastic participating. Last year we had 225. So perhaps the advantage in the virtual world is that more of us can all participate. Please let me know if I can be of any service to you all professionally down the road. Really proud of our staff here at EMI and the work that they're doing to keep our training and education programs going throughout the coronavirus, and the dam safety program is sort of at the forefront, one of our longest standing partnerships to deal with a very important and persistent hazard. And so with that, I will turn it back to you all. I'll stay on for a little bit to listen, and thank you again and welcome, and I'll shut the cameras off to conserve bandwidth. Good luck. Have a great meeting. Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Stern. Jim?
Hello, everyone. My name is Jim Blazes. I am the seminar's liaison to EMI. We'll just give it a second for the closed captioning pod to get back, and I'll get started. I want to thank Dr. Stern again. Thank you, sir. He is the superintendent of the Emergency Management Institute. Thank you for taking the time. Again, my name is Jim Blazes. I am the seminar's liaison to the Emergency Management Institute this year. Also, I want to welcome everyone to the 2021 National Dam Safety Program Technical Seminar. I'm coming to you live from the Emergency Management Institute in Emmitsburg, Maryland. We had some training last week, and a student referred to this picture as the mothership. I thought that was kind of very appropriate. Congratulations to you all. You have successfully navigated the registration process. It's electronic this year, and it's no easy task, but 360 people are enrolled as the record attendance for this. Well done. On Friday, a welcome letter was sent out containing the bios, evals, agenda, and a roster. And you see they're all up in this upper right-hand corner of the file share. I was getting a few questions asking why was my name not on the roster? Not to worry, that was just a draft roster. A final roster will be distributed to all upon the conclusion of the seminar. Again, there will be a final roster that will be sent out to everyone who has registered successfully with the admissions office. I mentioned about the course material being in the file share. We'll review that more shortly. There are breaks scheduled throughout. Also, the programming note, during those breaks, a pre-recorded presentation will be aired by different presenters, and for today's example is by Mr. Charlie Cobb of Alaska DNR. He will be talking about Alaska's Practical Risk-Informed Dam Safety Program, and that, again, that will occur during the break, and they are pre-taped. Some useful information for you here, as you see how the room is set up. In the chat box, which we have labeled for admin and technical issues concerns, during the seminar, you have any administrative issues or technical issues, please put those in that pod, in the admin technical pod. The Q&A pod is for any questions you have during the presentation or for the panel discussion questions that will be held on Friday. Again, admin technical issues go up top of this pod. Q&A pod is for any questions you have during the presentation or for the panel discussion. Again, you are in listen mode only, no access to audio and no camera necessary. Again, you are in listen mode only, and your speaker up top there should be green, and you should be hearing. If it's green, that means you're good to go and you're hearing me. Let's move on to the course evaluation. This was part of the welcome letter. If you did not receive that, it also can be found up here in the upper right-hand corner under the file share, under eval. You just have to click on it, it'll highlight it, and then you get to download that file. I want to go over that a couple steps on that for you. Block 18, content and quality of instruction. There are two sides of that. You have to fill out both. One is the content side, and the other is the quality of instruction side. Tip for you here, to fill it out as we go along, because there are a lot of presenters we have this week, and while it's still fresh in your mind, fill it out as we go along. And not to worry, though, we will give you reminders as we go along to fill it out as well. Also, block 19, that is the overall course rating. Please do not forget this. A lot of folks, even when we on this form, that is one block on the form a lot of folks do seem to miss. Don't forget to fill in block number 19, which is the overall course objective. Also, at the bottom of the eval, there's room for remarks. Please share what you liked and also what you think can be improved with this seminar. Your comments will be heard. This is how the process of change does begin at EMI. So please return the completed evaluation. I'm going to copy your name down here, Christina. And I am going to put it in the, I'm going to put it up there in the technical. That's what I'm going to do. I pasted it. So once you fill out your eval, you send it back to the name I just put in the admin technical pod. Send it to Christina Duran at associates.fema.dhs.gov. Thank you for that. And we'll remind you from time to time to fill the evaluation as we go along. One last item on the course evaluation. This is for your work location now. Locate the two-digit number associated with your state. For example, with the fine folks in Kentucky, it would be 21. And you could either write this down, and when you get to the point, so you know when you get to the filling out the evaluation, this is block 3. Or this is, again, is in the up in the file share. It's part of the eval. This presentation is also up in the file share under the intro, the admin intro. But again, I'll give you another second to locate your state. And for others outside of the U.S., you would be other at 58. Locate the two-digit number associated with your state. Jot it down and keep it, and put that on block 3 of the evaluation form. Okay, moving on, folks. This is never a good idea. Never, never. Word to the wise, all chats are timestamped and can be. Now I'm still here. Everyone can hear me. I'm going to go over some of the Adobe Connect interface. Again, the chat, this pod here is for the admin technical questions. The Q&A is for the presentations. If you have any questions during the presentation and for the panel discussion. Again, I'll put some of the things that are important up in this room. They were sent out with the welcome letter, but you can find your bio, your panel discussion, and suggestion topics, the agenda, and the draft roster are all up here in the file share. Again, interaction-wise, if you're in listen mode only, but all you'll be listening, make sure your speaker is always green and you'll be able to hear us. There are plans in place, folks, if audio information, if there are plans in place, in the event we do lose the Adobe audio, we will provide you that number and access code in the admin technical box. It will also be emailed to all of you who are registered through the plan. Again, this is just a contingency plan, and we'll take a pause and to allow for that transfer in the event, the unlikely event that does happen. But again, we do have a contingency plan if the audio does go down. What this means is that all those who have registered with EMI admissions, that's currently at 360 and growing this morning, you will be getting a certificate from the Emergency Management Institute. Okay, folks, keeping on track. I'm going to say let the games begin. Enjoy the next 4 days. At this moment, I will now be turning it back over to Mr. Preston Wilson for the seminar introduction and overview. Preston, sir.
So thank you so much, Jim. So, good morning. My name is Preston Wilson. I'm a civil engineer with the National Dam Safety Program. I am also the 2021 chair of the National Dam Safety Review Board Training Task Group on Dam Safety Training. And I too, along with Mr. Stern and Jim Blazes, want to welcome you to the 28th National Dam Safety Program Technical Seminar. So, this year, as Jim and Dr. Stern said, we do have record numbers, close to 400 people that legitimately signed up for this technical seminar through our system. And for those who are watching that haven't signed up, we are the federal government and we can catch you and we will catch you. Not just playing, but as Jim said, it's always great to sign up so you can get the credit that is deserving. But I really think we are lucky this year. So any of you who looked at the weather across the country really understand that this week is a bad weather week around the country. There's when it's 10 degrees and below, and I got an email from our presenter that's going to present it tomorrow from Houston, Texas, saying that they're out of power. It's going to be hard for people to get to EMI anyway. So I think we end up being lucky that this is a virtual conference this year, and due to the bad weather that we are still able to meet in this record number. So I am grateful for that. But saying that, I still miss those things about us all being together. I miss the donuts and the cookie breaks. Oh no! I miss talking to you all at the donuts and the cookie breaks. Or I also miss watching you. If you ever watched at one of our conference, someone from a warmer climate trying to walk in the snow, and so often that might have been the first time that they did that. That is very entertaining. And also a thing I miss about us being all together is the conversations that we have in the pub and at dinner. But in the pubs particularly, though, and when we see that entertainment of someone who has a little bit of liquid courage that goes up and kind of sings karaoke on the Thursday night, I miss that too. Because there's nothing funnier than one of us trying to sing a song that we really, that's not our skill set. We should stick to damn safety. And trust me, I've been in that place. But you really can't beat moderating a session in front of 360 or more people, and you're wearing an old Indianapolis Colts shirt and some shorts. You can't beat that. So having a virtual conference does have its advantages. But saying that, I really want to challenge each and every one of you not just to let your computers run during these 4 days. It's to really be involved. It's to ask questions. Ask those questions in the chat. Respond to polls that our presenters have made. And don't worry about asking too many questions. We have professionals behind the scene and we might be able to ask your question to the presenter afterwards. And if we don't have time for that, we might save your question for, we're having a panel on Friday with really good individuals speaking to it. We might ask your question in that session as well. But if we don't, it's good because you still get your question answered by the presenters, and we're going to try to share that with everybody after the course. So please participate. So saying all that, I am really happy and I'm really excited about today's topic. And I tell you a reason why. And I'll tell you a little story to kind of illustrate this. I have a 4-year-old son, and those of us that have 4-year-old children really understand how inquisitive they are. And so my 4-year-old son, one of his common questions now is, Daddy, I don't know why we're doing this. Why are we doing this? Why are we not doing this? And so me being a product of my parents, sometimes, when I don't have a quick answer for my son, I'll tell him exactly what my parents told me because Daddy said we're going to be doing it. That's why we're doing it. Now, in the dam safety industry, when we're told that there's $64 billion that we need in order to rehabilitate the dams, we shouldn't be explaining the reason why we're rehabilitating dams is because Daddy said so, or because our agency said so. We want to have reasons for doing it, all right? And the way that we have some of those reasons are we use risk. We use some of these tools called risk and benefit cost. All right, so risk, we look at risk and dam safety in three ways, and they have 3 components of risk. And some of our presenters will talk about this later on and give it more time than I'm doing now. But risk, we look at as the probability of a structure being loaded. One is the probability of that structure carrying that load, and the third one is consequences. All right. And then we want to really understand how those things, how is it interrelated to cost? And what does benefit cost tell us? So benefit cost is a relationship between the benefits that the project have and the cost that it will, it's an indicator. It tells us something. So what we're having today and through the rest of the week, we're going to be having professionals, and these professionals are coming from industry, academia, the federal, local, and state agencies, and luckily it's not me talking about this. We're getting professionals in the industry talking about this, and they'll help us to kind of understand how to use these tools to make really risk-informed and good decisions based on risk and cost, and help us kind of put together how these things may be put together for us to make really good good decisions in dam safety. Now, saying that, we don't want you to be overwhelmed by some of the presentations. So we have scheduled and put into our presentation presenters to kind of tell you a little bit about the basics of these, as well as building on some of the history. How did we get to the point where we are right now? And we also have people and professionals who have done this for the first time. And they're going to be sharing some of their experience with you for you to be able to learn, as well as those who have been doing it and been practicing some of these things for years. Take advantage of your peers kind of being in the room and giving you some best practices, so that the next time that you practice, that you may be able to use some of these best practices. So there's something there for everyone that we have for you in these next 4 days. So saying that, I do want to take time to thank some of the people who have put together, who have written together to come together to bring us a really good National Dam Safety Technical Seminar this year. One would be Alicia Zagara and her group who are supporting the National Dam Safety Program. They're behind the scenes doing a lot of stuff that we can't see to make sure that it flows. Also, I want to thank our presenters. And our presenters, we have wonderful presenters this year. We want to thank ASDSO as well as USSD helping us to get some of those wonderful presenters this year. We had such an overwhelming response this year that we had some great presentations that we could not just put on the schedule. So that's why we have some presentations that we have recorded, and for the benefit of us all, we're going to play those presentations during some of the break. We do realize and understand that lunch times come at different times for different parts of the country, and so we do have breaks, 15-minute breaks scattered along, so you can grab some lunch, be able to eat it. But in some of those breaks, we have a pleasant surprise, a pleasant treat for you all. All right, saying that, last but not least, I want to take the time to thank our National Dam Safety Review Board task group. Now, this task group is made of, and I would thank you all by names, but you will hear, and I will have them kind of do their stand by name at the end of the conference. But they're from state, federal organizations. We have a really good time. They're top-notch group who we can have a good time, but we can be serious about providing a good technical seminar to the dam safety community. So if you do know and understand and know some of those members, please say thank you or shoot them a note. Say great seminar, and we will recognize them formally at the end of the presentation. Before we get to the first break of the day, I did want to make sure that you have some resources available. So if you're anything like me, there you would look up, if you don't understand something speaking, you would look up resources to help you to kind of understand that, and then maybe ask questions after that. We do have a great resources, P1035, and that is federal guidelines for risk management. I will put the link into the chats for everyone to to kind of understand, where you can find some references that some of these speakers will be speaking about in terms of risk management. And that's a great document to get that information. Also, I would like to take this time to introduce our first two speakers. And as Jim said, you can find their bios in the welcome package. So our first speaker will be Kyle Neath from Stantec, and he'll be talking about the overview of the state of practice and methodology and application. And so he'll do a 30-minute presentation on that for us this morning. And he'll be followed by Keith Ferguson from HDR will be doing a presentation on how risk-informed decision-making grew from research activities in the 1960s to the system/best practices that exist today. And then after that, we'll have a break, but in that break, as James Blazer says, we will hear Charlie Cobb. And Charlie Cobb will be talking about, it's a recording, talking about Alaska Practical Risk-Informed Dam Safety Program. So in your evaluations, please evaluate both Kyle's presentation as well as Keith's presentation. Please do not evaluate Charlie Cobb's break presentation because it is not in the evaluation sheet. All right, saying that, we're going to have a 15-minute break, and you will hear at 11:45, you'll hear Kyle Neath from Stantec start his presentation. So thanks everybody for joining us today.
Great. Thanks, Preston, and good morning. It's my pleasure and honor to have this opportunity to present today at FEMA's National Dam Safety Program Technical Seminar. The seminar agenda is excellent, and I'm really excited to grow learning this week from the high-caliber speakers presenting on the many topics. Today, I will present an overview of the state of practice, methodology, and application for risk and dam and levee safety. My name is Kyle Neff, and I'm a principal engineer at Stantec in Denver, Colorado, primarily focusing on supporting dam and levee safety projects, including risk assessments and risk-informed design. Today, I'll present a brief background of dam and levee safety in the United States, an overview of risk-informed approach to dam and levee safety, and discuss the benefits of using risk-informed decision-making. This presentation will provide an overview of the current practices and methodologies, the theory and fundamentals behind potential failure mode analysis, risk assessment, and risk management will be presented. Dam building in the U.S. The benefits of dams and levees have been recognized for centuries. These benefits include water supply for drinking water, commercial and industrial purposes and irrigation, flood control to alleviate potential downstream flooding, the ability to reliably and affordably produce hydroelectricity, and to enable and support navigable waterways. Dam building began in the early 1600s with water diversion and hydropower projects advanced. As population expanded and migrated west, the needs for managing water continued. In 1824, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers began development on the Ohio-Mississippi rivers. In 1902, the Reclamation Act passed, and the U.S. Reclamation Service began 30 projects in the western states from 1902 to 1907. The heyday of dam building was in the decades following World War II. From 1950 through 1980, nearly 50% of dams were built in the U.S. The dams built varied from low-hazard dams to mega projects with multiple benefits. As seen in the figure on the right, dams were built all across the U.S. Significant failures and incidents. With more dams and levees over time and considering design, construction limitations, aging infrastructure, and challenging climatic conditions, there's been a number of tragic failures and significant incidents that have occurred. These include the Johnstown flood back in May of 1889, which really included the catastrophic failure of the South Fork Dam about 14 miles upstream of the town of Johnstown, Pennsylvania. The dam broke after several days of extremely heavy rainfall, killing more than 2,200 people and accounting for over $17 million of damages. The St. Francis Dam, a large regulating and storage reservoir for the city of Los Angeles, catastrophically failed in March 1928, killing at least 430 people, less than 2 years after completion and during its first filling. The Buffalo Creek flood was a disaster that occurred in February 1972 when a coal slurry impoundment dam in West Virginia failed. More than 125 people were killed and nearly 600 homes and businesses were destroyed. In June of 1976, the Teton Dam in southeastern Idaho catastrophically failed. In the end, 11 people died and there was millions of dollars in property damage. In August of 2005, there were many failures of the levees and flood walls protecting New Orleans following Hurricane Katrina. The levee and flood wall failures caused flooding in 80% of New Orleans and all of St. Bernard Parish. Heavy rainfall during the 2017 California floods damaged the main spillway of Orville Dam. As water flowed over the emergency spillway, head cutting and erosion threatened the spillway. No collapse occurred, but the water further damaged the spillway and eroded the bare slope of the emergency spillway. With each of these failures and incidents, it has changed the way we address dam and levee safety in terms of assessment, evaluation, policy, and design. Some of the most common causes of failure include overtopping, internal erosion, spillway erosion, embankment slope instability, and foundation defects. The figure on the right shows dam failure incidents for the period 1910 through 2019. This shows that overtopping and internal erosion are two of the most common drivers of failures during this decade. It should be noted that these data include many low-hazard dams, so hydrological failure modes appear more prevalent. Dam safety milestones in the United States. As we have advanced our understanding and practices to help keep the public safe as our valuable dams and levees age, dam and levee safety has evolved. Some of the key milestones in the U.S. include in 1972, following that Buffalo Creek embankment failure, public attention led to the enactment of the National Dam Inspection Act. In 1979, the federal guidelines for dam safety was first published and FEMA was created. In 1982, the National Program of Inspection for Non-Federal Dams was completed and the national inventory was updated by the Corps of Engineers. In 1996, the National Dam Safety Program and Water Resources Development Act was passed. As part of this, FEMA administered the National Dam Safety Review Board, State Dam Safety Program Assistance, maintain and update the national inventory of dams, and support research and training. In 2006, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers created the Levee Safety Program. Through this evolution of policy and legislature, there has been a paradigm shift to focusing on risk-informed approaches for dam and levee safety. Many agencies, owners, and regulators have been using risk to inform decisions within the dam and levee safety industry. In particular, the Bureau of Reclamation and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers have been using risk analysis as a primary support for dam safety decisions for over 20 years. Additionally, FERC, TVA, and some state agencies have more recently adopted risk-informed decision-making practices into their guidelines and/or management strategies. Reclamation began incorporating risk into their dam safety program in the 1990s. The Corps of Engineers has also been using risk in their dam and levee safety programs for approximately 2 decades. As part of FERC's strategic plan for fiscal years 2014 through 2018, FERC stipulated that using risk-informed decision-making was to be used for evaluating dam safety. More recently, last year, 18 CFR Part 12 was updated to require a semi-quantitative risk analysis. Additionally, new draft risk-informed decision-making guidance and technical methodology guidance documents were developed. Federal guidelines for dam safety and risk management. The Interagency Committee on Dam Safety highlighted the importance of risk-informed decision-making in the 2015 Federal Guidelines for Dam Safety Risk Management. The risk-informed decision-making in this guidance focus on the safety of a structure, the necessary actions to reduce risk, and the prioritization of actions for a portfolio of dams. Additionally, the guidelines describe the various components of using risk to inform decisions. These include risk analysis, risk assessment, and risk management. Also described as risk communication. So for defining risk for dam and levee safety. So how is risk typically defined for use in dam and levee safety? Preston illustrated this earlier, but I'm going to repeat a little bit of what he said. Risk is really a function of the loading, the performance of the structure, and the potential consequences if the structure were to fail. In quantifying risk, the annual failure probability is a product of the likelihood of a structure or structural component being loaded and the adverse system response for a given loading. Considering a full perspective of risk, the annual probability of failure is multiplied by the consequences, considering the potential failure mode of the structure or component. This representation of risk is often termed the annualized life loss. In looking at this figure from the Corps of Engineers Levee Safety Program, they ask some important questions for hazard performance and consequences. In considering the hazard, what are the hazards and how likely are they to occur? With respect to the performance of the structure, who and what are in harm's way? How susceptible to harm are they? How much harm is caused? These types of questions are valuable when trying to understand the potential risk at a dam or levee. The risk framework. The figure on the left is from the 2015 federal guidelines. It shows how risk analysis, risk assessment, and risk management relate to each other. For risk analysis, the key activity is risk estimation. Risk analysis is the first component of risk management. It is a portion of the process in which the potential failure modes, structural performance, and adverse consequences are identified. It is also the process during which a quantitative or qualitative estimate of the likelihood of occurrence and magnitude of consequences of these potential events is made. For risk assessment, the key activity is risk evaluation. Risk assessment is the process of examining the safety of a specific structure and recommending decisions using risk analysis, risk estimates, and other information that have the potential to influence the decision. Risk management is action implemented to communicate the risk and either accept, avoid, transfer, or control the risk to an acceptable level considering associated costs and benefits of any action taken. Dam safety risk management includes routine and non-routine activities and is the umbrella under which risk is used to inform decisions by owners and regulators. Risk communication is a critical component in risk management and risk assessment. Risk communication is the interactive exchange of information about and preferences concerning risk. Another important aspect is the concept of tolerable risk. In best practices for dam and levee safety, tolerable risk is defined as a risk within a range that society can live with so as to secure the benefits provided by the dam or levee. It is a risk that is not to be regarded as negligible or ignored, but needs to be kept under review and reduced further if appropriate and possible. Risk assessment teams, which include the organization's decision makers, can make a variety of decisions that might involve better defining risk, reducing risk, or taking no action, and continuing to monitor the facility and periodically review the risk. The general framework defines an unacceptable region where risk cannot be justified except in extraordinary circumstances. Then there is a range of tolerability where people in society are prepared to accept risk in order to secure benefits. Finally, there's a broadly acceptable region where risk is regarded as negligible, with no effort to review, control, or reduce the risk. Tolerable risk is specific for each agency or owner, but the general idea is of defining if the risk a dam poses to the public is acceptable or not. There are various levels of analysis or assessment. A screening level risk analysis is typically performed for a portfolio of dams. The goal is to identify the potential failure modes and then develop relative risk estimates for each dam in a way that enables the relative risk among the dams to be evaluated and priorities for further study or remediation to be established. Information on loadings, consequences, and analyses that relate to potential failure modes may be very basic and limited, typically consisting of data already available or prepared just in advance of the screening effort. It can be used to prioritize additional studies and initiate modification studies at dams. Screening level risk analysis can either be made quantitatively or qualitatively. Second level is a periodic inspection of dams. This is required under the federal guidelines for dam safety. A comprehensive periodic dam safety review that documents the condition of the dam at a point in time should incorporate a risk analysis to enhance the value of the effort. A periodic risk analysis focuses on all potential failure modes that are considered credible at the dam. Periodic dam safety reviews are performed on a recurring cycle with the interval between assessments determined by the agencies. Issue evaluation risk analysis are focused on one or more specific potential failure modes that may require additional engineering analyses, studies, or investigations to support a quantitative risk analysis. These supporting activities are completed to reduce the uncertainty or increase the confidence in the resulting risk estimates. Typically, field explorations, material testing programs, detailed studies and analysis, or a combination of these will be performed to provide information for the risk analysis. A risk reduction analysis is used to estimate the anticipated risk for critical potential failure modes after potential dam modifications or non-structural measures are implemented. It typically involves reviewing risk estimates from an existing risk analysis, deciding which events will be impacted by the changes, and re-estimating the likelihood of those events. During the risk reduction analysis, risk reduction measures for the various alternatives are evaluated and a preferred alternative is selected. Identifying, fully describing, and evaluating site-specific potential failure modes may be the most important steps in conducting a risk analysis. This forms the basis for risk evaluations and event tree development. If this is not done properly, the remainder of the risk analysis could be of limited value and even misleading. A potential failure mode is a unique set of conditions and/or sequence of events that could result in failure or breach. An adequate job of identifying potential failure modes can only be performed after thoroughly reading all relevant background information, including geology, design analysis, construction, flood and seismic loadings, operations, safety evaluations, performance, and monitoring documentation. Site examination should also take place if practicable. It is also important to include, but also think beyond the traditional standards-based analysis when identifying potential failure modes. Some of the more critical potential for uncontrolled release of water may be related to malfunction or misoperation issues, or behavior that cannot be analyzed using traditional standards-based engineering analyses. Identifying potential failure modes is done in a facilitated team setting with a diverse group of qualified people. Once the risk driver potential failure modes have been identified, these potential failure modes are completely described. Potential failure modes must be described fully from initiation through step-by-step progression to breach and uncontrolled release. Another important component in discriminating potential failure modes in order to focus on the risk-driving failure modes is to categorize the PFMs. One commonly used categorization scheme is that described by FERC. Category 1 PFMs are highlighted and considered to be of the greatest significance, considering need for awareness, potential for occurrence, magnitude of consequence, and likelihood of adverse response. Category 2 PFMs are judged to be of lesser significance and likelihood. Category 3 PFMs lack sufficient information to allow a confident judgment of significance and thus a dam safety investigation act or analyses can be recommended. Because action is required before resolution, the need for this action may also be highlighted. Finally, Category 4 PFMs may be ruled out because of the physical possibility does not exist, or information has come to light which eliminated the concern that had generated the development of the PFM, or the PFM is clearly so remote possibility as to be non-credible or not reasonable to postulate. Building the case. The safety case is a logical and objective set of arguments used to advocate a position that either additional safety-related action is justified or that no additional safety-related action is justified. The safety case should cite the most compelling information and evidence that supports the risk estimate and the overall findings. Confidence in the uncertainty identified in the risk analysis should also be discussed, including identifying the sources of uncertainty, describing actions that could be taken to reduce the uncertainty, and addressing the level of confidence for all three components of the risk estimate.
Are we hooked into the Adobe then?
The arguments combine together key evidence regarding the three basic risk components in order to support decisions related to a dam or levee's existing condition or ability to withstand future loading. The safety case should initially be developed in the risk analysis phase and completed as part of the risk assessment. One way to portray risk is via Reclamation's FN chart. Reclamation's public protection guidelines do not use the term tolerable risk. However, their guidelines suggest that there are risks above which there is justification to take action. And as the risk increases, so does the justification. A risk has higher estimated annualized probability of failure and associated consequences. And therefore, there is increased justification to reduce and or better understand the risk. Alternatively, when risk is lower, there is decreased justification to reduce or better understand risk. When risks are in the low probability, high consequences region, risk should be evaluated thoroughly, ensuring ALAR considerations are addressed. As low as reasonably practical includes a balance between risk reduction and cost.
Alicia.
Risk analysis, calculating risk. An event tree consists of a sequence of interconnected nodes and branches. Each node is associated with an uncertain event or state of nature. Branches originating from a node represent each of the possible events or states of nature that can occur. Probabilities are estimated for each branch to represent the likelihood for each event or condition. These probabilities are conditional on the occurrence of the preceding event to the left in the tree. Risks are typically annualized in the event tree by using annual probabilities to characterize the loading conditions. The conditional structure of the event tree allows the probability for any sequence of events to be computed by multiplying the probabilities for each branch along the pathway in accordance with the multiplication rule of probability theory. The branching structure of the event tree allows the probability for any combination of event sequences to be computed by summing the branch probabilities across multiple pathways. Once risks are quantified through event tree analysis, risk results can be plotted, such as on the little FN chart displayed on the slide. Risk assessment is the process of examining the safety of a specific structure and recommending decisions on a given dam or project using risk analysis, risk estimates, and other information that have the potential to influence the decision.
This is your AT&T operator. There are no more speakers on this call. You may all drop your line. Thank you.
The risks are assessed by the dam owner and, if applicable, the regulator, owner's engineer, or other decision makers and stakeholders. The assessment considers all factors and may also use evaluation criteria established by the owner or regulator. Decisions to take action to reduce or better understand risk may include additional or enhanced monitoring, additional investigations, evaluations or analyses, interim risk reduction actions, structural modifications, operational changes, abandonment of the dam, or the decision to currently take no additional actions. Typically, the risk assessment and proposed recommendations are initially developed by the risk analysis team and then reviewed, and possibly revised by a technically qualified and experienced team, rather than a single individual. The specialized team can discern the relative criticality, the measure of concern, and the type and degree of remedial action needed to address the issue. When there is justification to take dam safety actions, a suite of options should be identified, and the cost and potential benefits of each option should be developed and presented. The final decision to adopt any recommended dam safety action is made by the authorized decision makers within the organization. The primary goal of risk management is to implement actions to either accept, further monitor, evaluate, control, or reduce risk while considering the costs and benefits of any actions taken. When reducing risk at either a single dam or levee within a portfolio of dams or levees, actions should be taken as quickly and as efficiently as possible, recognizing that there will likely be limits on available funding. Consideration should be given to how much risk are reduced compared with the costs necessary to achieve risk reduction. Generally, the priorities will be to address the dam or levees with the highest perceived risk first, assuming there is confidence in the risk estimate. However, if the cost of reducing risk at the highest risk dam or levee is disproportional to the risk reduction achieved or takes away from implementing actions at several other structures, it may be appropriate to consider risk reduction activities at other structures first. Risk management, because it uses the findings from a risk assessment process, includes considering the environmental, social, cultural, ethical, political, and legal factors. Risk management should be regarded as an ongoing and iterative process that needs to adapt to new information. Risk communication is important in all aspects of safety within an organization, with the public and with the specific owners or stakeholders of a project. However, communication about the work associated with risk is particularly important because of the fears, sentiments, perceptions, and emotions surrounding the word risk, and the use of risk analysis in engineering. Thus, it is important to understand and have a good plan for communicating risk, including what information is available at a given dam or levee related to the potential failure modes, and how that information is considered in a risk analysis. How risk will be considered by an organization, what the results of the risk analysis are, and what decisions were reached, and what risk still remains. This communication can help create an awareness of potential dam safety issues and help all parties gain a greater understanding. Creating an understanding of risk and dam safety issues is important for those who have varying degrees of connections to the dam and the associated potential impacts. In closing, there are many benefits of using risk-informed decision-making. These include, but are not limited to, putting a focus on really what drives the risk at a dam or levee, helping identify unknown risk. Oftentimes, going through a PFMA or SQRA, potential failure modes are identified that may have not been realized previously. Using a risk-informed approach to dam and levee safety is a paradigm shift, but not every analysis or assessment needs to be super sophisticated or expensive. Risk analyses can vary in scale and complexity. It can be qualitative, semi-quantitative, or quantitative. All approaches bring additional value to traditional deterministic dam safety approaches. Often in using a risk-informed approach, additional value is obtained in not just focusing on the things that drive the risk, but in better understanding the maintenance and operations associated with the structure. This approach facilitates good decisions and wise allocation of resources. Risk management is intrinsically a decision-making process. Risk management encompasses activities related to making risk-informed decisions, prioritizing evaluations of risk, prioritizing risk reduction activities, and making program decisions associated with managing a portfolio of facilities. Risk management processes vary with respect to an organization's dam safety governance. Risk management is greatly facilitated and enhanced by having the knowledge base applied by the risk analyses and risk assessment inputs for the dams. Such knowledge allows a logical and consistent basis for substantiating and prioritizing risk reduction activities and or making program decisions associated with managing a portfolio of facilities. Finally, communication is also improved by using a risk-informed approach, as the process is helping create an awareness of potential dam safety issues and helps all parties gain a greater understanding. I'm excited to see and be a part of what is next. I thank you for your attention and the opportunity to present today.
Kyle, we have time for a maybe one or probably one question. If anyone has a question, please put it in the Q&A for Kyle. While we're waiting on those questions, Kyle, if you could answer this question that I may have, how would some organizations determine whether a screening level assessment is needed or something more?
Yeah, that's a great question, Preston. Really, the screening level risk is really the first cut at it. And so just trying to take a first dive into a risk approach and trying to understand a portfolio. So in the case where there's no existing information about it or detailed analysis, it's a good way for an owner or agency to kind of compare the risk related to their
Thank you, Kyle. Portfolio. And then Julian Russo has a question, is how are the risk analysis results consolidated into a spreadsheet and visualized?
Yeah, Julian. There's multiple ways that risk can be consolidated and visualized. There are a number of different tools that different owners have already started developing, a lot of the federal agencies, in terms of both spreadsheets. And there's also tools for doing event tree analysis and those type of things, and visualizing those on FM plots per se. There's a lot of opportunities, those tools available. A good place to start is going to the best practices website that's hosted by the Bureau of Reclamation and is supported by the Army Corps of Engineers, the Tennessee Valley Authority, and FERC. And going through reclamation sites, I think there are some tools there, and there are other ones as well.
All right. Thank you, Kyle. If everyone can't clap, I'll give you the clap. We really appreciate it. Ross, we did get your question for Kyle, and then Kyle, we will have that question for you to answer Ross's question as well. Please be sure that you don't have to wait to the question and answer period to put your question in the chat box. But if you do have a question while the speaker is speaking, please feel free to ask it, and we can get right to it in the question and answer period. So thank you, Kyle. I think it's Keith Ferguson. You're up.
Great. Let me check my microphone first. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay. Thanks. Well, good morning or afternoon to everyone, as the case may be for you. My goal over the next 45 minutes or so is to take you on a bit of a historical journey, build a little bit on some of Kyle's information that he presented. Kind of as a preface to what I'm going to show you, when I left USSD Board of Directors and the opportunity to be president in 2015, I still had a lot of passion for this industry and our young folks. Took on the role as chair of the history committee for USSD, and we've been working to really unearth the history of that organization and its relationship to ASDSO, but also develop a series of case history, governance, and technology timelines that try to be a resource for both practicing engineers and those that are wanting to be dam safety officials. This presentation today is a portion of one of those, looking at the overall emergence of dam safety governance in the United States, and the latter portion is really highlighting how risk analysis has really taken center stage. Gonna go through 5 sections. We're going to talk about the roots of dam safety governance, the founding of both ICOLD and ASDSO. These are 2 of our trade organizations that are very central to our governance system. Talk about the overall governance timeline, and then delve into some of the details relating to risk. So if I know there's probably stories in here that I've missed, and if any of you know of a story that probably belongs in the timeline, I would really appreciate an email or some information from you so we could converse and get that information. So want to turn now, if we could, I have 4 polling questions. Get your brain cells working. If you would mind putting those up there. And we will go through those, okay? So the first question, hopefully all of you will be able to use the buttons correctly. What year did the first known dam failure occur in the United States? Okay, we'll see how long it takes to get our votes in. Okay, the first documented failure that we know of, I'll talk a bit more about this in a minute, was in 1848, and it was a dam in Massachusetts. Let's go to the second question. Thank you, everyone, for those responses. Okay. What was the first state in the U.S. to implement dam safety statutes or regulations? Okay, I'm not going to answer this one yet. Looks like we've got pretty good response. We'll wait just a few more seconds and then we'll go to the next question because it's related. Okay, let's go to the next question. It's going to be, in what year did that state adopt those regulations? Okay, got over 200 responses, so that's great, everyone. The first state to adopt dam safety regulations was Vermont. Vermont did that in 1876. So just let's go to our final question. Okay. What decade was the tipping point in dam failures that resulted in the development of dam safety guidelines for federally owned dams? right. Had a few more courageous souls answering this question. So, awesome. We'll take a look at this in more detail as we go through here, but the majority of you are correct. It is the 1970s. That's a pretty major time when we look at this subject matter and for us to be aware about. So if we could, let's go back now to the presentation. And what are the roots of dam safety governance? And there's a pretty simple answer to that. But let me define first what I mean by governance. If you look in various locations, you can find different definitions of what it means. I copied one of them on the top bullet here. The process of interaction and decision-making among actors involved in a collective problem. And governance frameworks are built into relational contracts that foster long-term collaboration and innovation. So when I speak of governance today, this is how I'm using the term. It really is the collections of laws, regulations, policies, guidelines, best practice, or other systems used by self-regulating federal owners, agencies, state regulatory agencies, and consulting engineers and contractors in the conduct of dam and levee safety evaluation, decision-making, or for dam and levee design. And the governance system really includes these entities that we're talking about that are trade organizations that facilitate our communication. So, the first known dam that I'm aware of was built in Jordan about 3000 BCE. Today we know we've got over 90,000 dams in the United States. The majority of those were built between 1930 and 1980. We don't have good statistics on what the total number of dams are in the world. Okay. The earliest failure was involving fatalities. The earliest dam failure without fatalities was 1848, but in 1815, the Ashburnham Dam in Massachusetts failed, resulting in fatalities. Over our history, there have been just under 3,500 fatalities that occurred as a result of 64 dam failures. 90% of all those fatalities occurred prior to 1960. Okay? 76% of those fatalities are associated with two major failures. Okay? And those include the Johnstown flood, which Kyle talked about earlier, just over 2,200 folks, and St. Francis Dam in California. 450 people died there. There have been 4 events in our history that have resulted in greater than 100 fatalities. The most recent event where we've had fatalities, and there were 7, was the Coloco Reservoir failure in March 2006 on Kauai, the island there. So, all right. So the answer, the roots of dam safety governance and the roots, for that matter, of our technology evolution really are failures, and failures that create large, significant consequences. And that includes even the loss of just one life. So let me move now. This is some information that I presented in Chicago at the USSD conference, but I'll review it briefly. This is because some of you may not know this. The founding of ICOLD and what was the original organization, USCOLD, that is now USSD, really it grows out of really a tipping point in world history. The late 1910s, 1918, 1990, we had 2 events emerge that were just really extraordinary. And if you think about these in regard to today's pandemic, 3 to 5% of the world population died from the flu pandemic in 1918. That's someplace on the order of 55 to 95 million people. World War I, which ended in 1918, had a total of 41 million civilian and military casualties. These are extraordinary numbers. And you know that the pandemic was one thing, but the war, really there was a recognition that there was a spirit of fierce nationalism and national sovereignty that was at the root of the World War and what had happened. And there was a call for a new world order at that stage, looking where we would develop organizations that would steer and regulate potentially important areas of commerce. And one of those outgrowths from that was the World Power Conference that occurred in 1924. It was held in Britain, and there was a permanent committee established called the World Power Conference. The organizers pictured here on the right. Shortly after that first World Power Conference, French engineers had the idea to create an international forum entirely devoted to dams. They presented this in 1925, actually 1926. The World Power Conference voted in favor of the proposal and accepted the French government's offer to take necessary action. France developed a French Committee on Large Dams in 1926. The World Power Conference and some of its subsidiary councils continued to endorse. They drafted a draft constitution in 1927. There was a constitutive meeting held in Paris on July 6, 1928. There were 6 nations present, including the United States. That group of folks actually modified and then ratified this. This was presented for approval to the Executive Council on the World Power Conference in 1928. And as such, in the last few years at USSD, we've accepted our birth date, really back to the day U.S. participated in the ratification of the ICOL Constitution on July 10, 1928. Important thing, that this opened the door. There were lots of things that would begin to develop as a result of this that influenced practice of damage in the United States. Some of the first meetings were held in the early 1930s. U.S. and I think it was Italy, while they were first signers, there were some issues with how we got organized. We really didn't start participating fully until 1932. And 33, we had the first conference in the United States, I think in 1935 in Washington, D.C., and it really became an important part of communicating technology advances. It's important to know that USSD's first emphasis was not dam safety. It was really about developing dams, safe dams around the world for power generation and for other types of commerce and water supply. Okay, we look at ASDSO, what we see between the 1930s and the late 50s, early 1960s, there were just a large growing number of dam failures that were occurring. And in 1964, ICOL tabled a proposal to study the failure and incidents arising from rock foundations for large dams. That was accepted. The U.S. was a major participant, and we started looking into failures. Okay? At the same time, what was USCOLD initiated an investigation of practices and regulation of agencies in the United States. This is a copy of the cover page of that document. It surveyed all of the states and published this report, finding that there was a great need to help the states do better regulation of dam safety. Even though they had laws, they were weak, and we were not preventing major dam failures from occurring in the United States. It's interesting to note at the same time, Kyle mentioned this earlier, in 1965, FERC actually published an Order 315 that added the Part 12 inspection requirements to the Federal Power Act. So we see some activities emerging, all driven by the failures that were occurring. Okay, this is another picture inside that bulletin I just showed, and at that time there was a committee on review and inspection of dams. what happened with use cold at that time, because of the need of the state agencies, this committee of use cold put together and drafted a model law for state supervision of safety of dams and reservoirs, and provided that clearly taking an interest in wanting to help the states strengthen their programs, but the leverage still wasn't there to improve the state programs. It wasn't until the 70s, and we're going to talk about that we began to see through these surveys, actually a third, the need for better dam safety programs. This is FEMA National Research Council work. They had Dr. Bruce Chance performed a third in a series of state dam safety program assessments. And there was a use cold committee resolution that was really urging the state governments to further their development and enaction of state dam safety legislations. There was so much emphasis at this point in time that the Council of State Governments and FEMA organized a meeting on February 28, 1983 in Orlando, Florida. At that stage, they got a lot of response. Not all the states were able to attend, but they got a large support and put together an organizing committee for ASTSO that was put in motion at that meeting, and that led to the formation of ASTSO on June 20th, 1984. So I won't spend a lot more time on those, but I'm going to, you'll see how those fit within the overall governance timeline that I'm going to show you right now. Before we do that, we've got 3 more questions. Can we put up the next question? Okay. So, what federal action provided the basis for the development of risk analysis of dams? 4 choices. Okay. You guys have piqued my interest here because most of you are responding that the executive order in 79. I think some of the strongest wording that I've seen and encouragement was really in the first federal guidelines for dam safety about the same time. So I'm going to do some more homework on that. All right, let's go to the next question. What was the first federal agency to issue guidelines for risk and dam safety decision making? Okay. The majority of you got this correct, and this is important because I think the fact that reclamation did this really provided the oomph that was needed for the governance to move to much broader application. We'll see that more in a minute. Let's do the final question. Okay. So who has been the most recent major federal dam owner agency to adopt risk-informed decision-making guidelines? All right, awesome. So the majority of you got that right. It is the FERC. And most of you are probably aware of those and are actually working with those in some form or another. So let's go back to the slides if we can. We mentioned earlier, this is one of the case history timelines that is in development. We've been sorting these into 3 general categories of types of failure modes: stability failure modes, seepage, internal erosion, and hydrology and overtopping. These are the big ones that generally lead to the largest consequences. There are certainly other types of failure modes that we're looking at, but as we talked about, they go back from the very beginning, and some of these are ones that I've selected and put on the timeline because of how prominent they are in affecting governance and technology development. Okay, the second timeline looks like this, and there's 2 parts to this. I put the timeline beginning in the early 1900s. It doesn't go all the way back, but we can see in this governance timeline that really up to about 1965, with the FERC adoption of the Part 12 inspection requirements, that all real regulation and governance was, in terms of dam safety, was at the state level. Here's a listing of all the states and the years that they enacted some of their dam safety authorities as acts. You can see in here what I want to do. I have my marker if I could here to remember how I do that. Okay, I'm going to do this. This, as I mentioned earlier, was the time when Use Cold, I Cold initiated the first studies of failures and incidents because of all that was going on. Those actually were published later. The public law. Let me talk about this 1970 period and why it was such a tipping point. You can see here, I think Kyle alluded to this, but there was more. It was the Lower San Fernando Dam failure in 71, no fatalities, but a very striking failure. The Buffalo Creek Refuge impoundment failure that killed 125 people. The Canyon Lake failure in South Dakota, both of those in 1972. There were 238 fatalities from the Canyon Lake failure. And we had the hurricane, several dams here, Walter Bolden, Bear Wallow, and Teton, which were all seepage-related failure modes that occurred. Laurel Run and Kelly Barnes, just an immense concentration of failures. And there's more than these that I've listed here in the literature. Okay, and out of this we see the public law for the National Dam Safety Inspection Program. We'll go over some more of this in a bit, but that was an important one that started the National Inventory of Dams. Really a concerted effort to better understand our dams and move towards a more formal system of governance. Okay, and you see here the founding of ASDSO in 1984, but also all the formative work that USSD was doing. We get the completion of the safety inspection program. After the Teton failure, we begin to see on this timeline, I've tried to indicate up here on the top some of the accidents and failures. Over here, we have the federal governance. Down below, I'm trying to show the state governance and state-related issues, and there's some other information down here on these timelines. But you see just a flurry of activity at the federal level occurring. The next one, I've tried to take and break out from 1975 to present on a longer timeline so we can get more information in here. A lot was happening after the executive order and the first federal guidelines for dam safety were published in '79. A very important thing that we're going to talk about a little bit more of was some of the research work by the National Research Council that really enforced the need for dam safety programs, and as we will see, the use of risk. You see a number of systems coming in place like the ICOTS Charter, a number of other things. There's a rich timeline here in what's happening in terms of methodology and the experimentation with risk, the adaption of risk. We actually see the first guidelines here in 1997 by reclamation that occurred. A very important, I think, trigger point. They actually published some best practices here. We're going to cover this more in a moment. And then we see really more and more movement at the federal level at adoption of dam safety programs and guidelines incorporating risk. And most recently, we start to see here's the FERC ones that we talked about being the latest ones, but we're starting to see movement at the state programs. I want to come back to this and review it after we go over some more information. What's important where we sit today, you see at the federal level with the Corps and Reclamation and the FERC guidelines all having a lot of commonalities that have to do with inspection and use of failure modes, and then identification of need for corrective actions, and then returning after corrective actions are done to the inspection. It's a pretty robust system that's working well. But as we'll see, there's still some looming questions. The federal level, when you have large portfolios, it's important to be able to bin those. We see both in the Reclamation and the Corps programs, categories of action classifications so that things can be taken in a responsible order. And you guys are all studying this and know this. So these kind of the framework where we sit today. But let me break down the risk analysis assessment timeline a little bit further. Okay. The origins of risk assessment in the United States. And I think when we look back, we recognize that, and some of this was being developed by military needs, but also broader needs. This new body of knowledge that was being developed in the 60s, such as risk management, reliability theory, risk analysis. And this must have been an important development, because we'll see, and I'm going to show you a little bit more, there's really a very visionary lecture that was given by Arthur Casagrande in '65 for the second Terzaghi lecture that has some fascinating things to look back upon. We see research applications in the 60s and 70s. We see the 1979 federal guidelines, where a lot of visionary folks helping put those together really set the stage for using risk, and some of the reports later on, as I mentioned, that do a lot more to reinforce the need to advance risk as a means for assessing dam safety. Really, though, I think it was Reclamation that was right at the front of the wedge, along with some of our pioneers at the academic locations of MIT and Utah State, who were really helping advance this in the 80s. Let me look back at Casagrande's pioneering vision. And if you haven't read this paper, this is the second Terzaghi lecture, published in '65. Read the statement on the upper right, where he says, the margin of safety that we incorporate into our structure should bear a direct relationship to the magnitude of potential losses, and it must also take into account the range of uncertainty involved. Okay? Casagrande highlights that there are engineering risks that are both calculated at that time, that they felt tools existed, but he also acknowledged that there were some risks that were unknown, that needed further research and understanding. This on human risks is fascinating to me back here, understanding that organizations themselves were contributing to risks and the risks of failure. And then he starts talking about the classification of potential losses and propose this 4-tier system. And here's one of the first places where I've seen the use of tolerable risk relative to dams and dam safety. Very pioneering set of ideas. Here's a list of some of the things he puts in that paper about things that we didn't know enough about to really be able to quantify and estimate. And you see here in liquefaction, some of the issues on clays and clay shales, cracking in dams, and the effects of earthquakes on dams. Unknown risks, by definition, such risks cannot be identified until they reveal themselves by a failure or other event that can be observed and investigated. Okay? We move from that vision well before its time. Up in the right-hand corner, we see the Reclamation Safety Act of 1978. When we look at that, there's not a specific recognition of risk here. But here's my extraction from the federal guidelines that's talking about the need for the agencies to conduct research to refine and improve techniques and develop methodologies and base expertise necessary to apply them to dam safety evaluations. Okay, here you're perfecting techniques for evaluating the probability, possible deficiencies causing dam failure, estimating potential losses. So while the Reclamation Dam Safety Act did not explicitly include risk, combined with the federal dam safety guidelines, I believe they provided the framework for reclamation to take what was a research idea and begin moving forward and incorporating it into their dam safety programs. Here's another fascinating paper that was presented in 1981 by Dr. Whitman, a paper titled Evaluating Calculated Risk in Geotechnical Engineering. It's the 17th Terzaghi lecture, and Dr. Whitman ties his lecture specifically back to the 65 lecture by Casagrande. It's fascinating. Here we see him introduce a format for a risk of failure with two facets, the event tree. This is actually an event tree out of his paper for an internal erosion type of failure mode within a dam. And we see a set of criteria to guide the choice of probabilities. And that's this document down here. And these are for assigning probabilities of these nodes within the event tree. And you can see he's recommending at that time a range between 0.001 and 1, and some qualitative type of scales. But for telling, I think, pretty accurately the direction that we would eventually be happening. Okay, risk was not only happening in the United States, but there was an international movement, and I know several of you on this call know this probably much better than I do. But we see, this is a paper by Ball and Floyd, where we look at not only what the United States was doing beginning in the 70s, but the Netherlands, the UK, Hong Kong, and we also know that Australia got on board with this. So we see an effort in risk to identify risk tolerability and other concepts to advance this so that it becomes more of a day-to-day tool in our arsenal. Let me look at some of Reclamation's work for you now. Out of that Reclamation Dam Safety Act grew the SEED program. The SEED program was a standards-based program that there were pioneers like Larry and others at Reclamation, though, that were keen on risk. And the Teton failure panels also pushed for risk. Actually, one of the first risk analysis that they did, a study in 1976 on Jackson Lake Dam. They began really formulating those concepts in the late 70s, early 80s. There was a period where it stalled. I want to draw attention here. I'll come back to this in a minute. This first original cadre that was developed in 1998. Larry was invited up to do some training at BC Hydro. Reclamation continued to perfect some of its risk analysis procedures and decision-making guidelines, performed some analysis on Namby Falls, Bradbury, Salmon Lake, Conconuli dams. I had the privilege of being part of the risk analysis for Bradbury Dam at that time. In the mid-90s, they joined forces with BC Hydro to try to develop some common methodologies. We saw a transition at Reclamation from the SEED program to a comprehensive facility review process that occurred in 1995. They started out with a certain type of reporting format. In the later 90s, they began incorporating risk. You see here the two typical documents where they plotted tier 1 risks. These were loss of life risks that they would plot for a dam relative to some emerging tolerability guidelines here, the tier 2 for the annual probabilities of failure that occurred. They were not joint documents at that stage. Got to the point where they actually issued their first interim risk guidelines in 1997 and 1998. Risk analysis was made part of the CFR evaluation process. Okay, that original risk cadre was formed on the previous page. Their goal was to develop some toolbox and help develop engineers that were making the transition into risk analysis within their program. In 2000, The CFR contains descriptions of dam safety deficiencies in terms of potential failure modes. I've been on a mission to try to find when this first wording first emerged in dam safety. That I have anecdotally a comment from Larry Von Thun one time when asking the question. He thought that potential failure modes was actually something that was being used in Reclamation's instrumentation program in the early 1970s. But some of you may know more, and if you know and have some specific you could share with me, I would appreciate that. So what's interesting to note is up until this time, I remember a comment by Perry Hensley in a meeting one time on a project we were working at when Perry was heading up some of the dam safety functions at Reclamation. It really wasn't until risk that Reclamation really began to understand how important internal erosion concerns were. And that in fact, he said, we were focusing on some of the wrong problems. Some of their greatest risk really existed in this area. It's during this time that Reclamation decided that then published their first best practices, dam safety risk. So I only have so much time, so I'm running through this quickly, but let me return to the timelines and kind of recap. I want to make sure there's enough time if we can for a question or two. This first timeline, I talked to you about the tipping point, okay? And we see Arthur Casagrande's very pioneering paper here. It's really these failures up here, though, the Buffalo Creek and Canyon Lake Dam that, drove us to issue the public law to do these dam safety inspections and develop a national dam inventory. But that's just the beginning. Once Teton occurred, we see the memorandum, the executive order, and the first federal guidelines. These really are the grounds under which risk analysis really began to take hold. Okay, we move to the second diagram, and I've anchored this now with that federal guideline for dam safety. This is quite an extraordinary document for its time, and I think we're really walked through, I should say, since 1975, 4 fairly distinct periods in the evolution of our risk methodologies and where we stand today. The first one, and you can see Whitman's paper here, begins with those guidelines and goes to the publication of the first guidelines for risk and dam safety decision-making by Reclamation in 1997. Really we see here that the major work was transitioning major federal organization from standard-based analysis and safety to risk analysis. Okay. Once that was there, we see a period from about 97 to about 2010 that I would define as really the period where we see a lot of refinement of our risk methodologies. We also, Kyle mentioned earlier, I know the Corps of Engineers began its work in the late 90s at looking at risk, had done their original portfolio assessment in 2005. We do see after about 2010, though, the movement where the other federal agencies are all adopting risk guidelines in their dam safety programs. And that includes TVA actually was in February of 2011. That needs to be added to this figure. Corps of Engineers in October of 2011. We see the FEMA document in 2015, and we see the FERC guidelines here.
You have about 5 minutes.
In March 2016. Okay, thank you. So after this, we see the state programs now with FEMA's support is moving in that direction. Certainly, we've learned a lot about uncertainty and the types of uncertainty. We've learned that how important consequences are in making decisions on the appropriate level of design and safety for a project. Here's a table that David Bowles put together that talks about standards-based compared to risk-informed approaches. That's quite informative. But where are we headed? If we look at this arc, what we've learned and it has been quite a bit. There's still some things that are ahead, and that is how to list the three of them here quickly, and then we'll conclude. Risk-informed decision-making at a state level. Hugely important effort that's ahead. Risk-informed design for hydrologic loading and seismic loading. How do we take a system that's been developed for dam safety and move it towards making good design decisions for new structures and even rehabilitation of others? And then this other big category, the big questions that I see, is really understanding design life predictions, understanding damage states and what kind of damage states we might be able to live with. Big deal ahead. Operational risks, but perhaps the two biggest ones are the non-life loss consequences. And how do we begin using these to make more effective decisions? We have seen with some of these failures that have occurred with non-life loss consequences, that other consequences are dramatic and can dramatically reshape an organization. And then the next one is ALARP. We're seeing portfolios mature in their use of risk, but they're going to be asking questions in the future about ALARP and how do we effectively incorporate that in the future of dam safety risk analysis. So with that, I'm about 2 minutes longer than I wanted to be. I think Preston,
All right.
probably more questions than we're going to.
Yeah, definitely. So if you do have any more questions for Keith, please put them in the chat, and we can get them to Keith to answer at a later time. But here's a quick question from Charles Kropowski. He asked, if appropriate, any comment on the status of a national water resources policy and inclusion on dams?
Wow. Trying to look for that question specifically, Preston, in the chat.
And if,
perhaps where I would go with that right now, the first thought I have is the priority, the importance that dams play in the water supply and flood control, dams and levees, in the well-being of our society. And right now, risks are growing. The need for rehabilitation of structures is not being well funded, and I think there needs to be more of an emphasis. And I don't know if this is a place where it could begin or not, Preston, but certainly, acknowledging where we sit with risk and understanding of these critical infrastructure might be a start.
Right. Thanks, Keith. And a quick question too that I personally have for you. Could you explain a little bit more how FEMA may have, if you know it, how FEMA may have gotten involved in dam safety in those early days that you were talking earlier?
Yeah, Preston, all the way back, I think it's, there was a period, I don't have the chart, but where I think there was a transition from the Corps of Engineers to FEMA as kind of having the oversight of the federal agencies and driving ICOTs. I think that's part of the answer you're looking for, and I do believe that was sometime in the 1980s, but I'd need to look back.
Okay, well,
is that what you were looking for?
Yeah, it is, and thank you, and we could definitely chat a little bit about that offline as well. But I appreciate your presentation, Keith. If anyone has more questions for Keith, he's a wealth of knowledge. Please put them in the chat. This has been really good presentation to kind of understand some of the government history behind risk in the United States. So thank you, Keith. I'll give you a hand clap here.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
All right. So now we're gonna change it just a little bit, and because we have some of those technical difficulties, we are not going to play Charlie Cobb's first part of his presentation during this break, so we can figure those technical difficulties out. Also, please understand from the evaluation standpoint, and I'm going to open that up real quick so I can speak to it real quick. Kyle's presentation was the first one, and I think it has a lot of, and it might be a little bit confusing, so sorry about that, but it's the overview SPM / APP. That's Kyle's first presentation, and the second presentation was how RIDW grew, and that was Keith Ferguson's presentation. Okay, so it's now 1:15, so I will start, and I will introduce our next speaker, and our next speaker, and our next few speakers. So first, we're going to have Doug Boyer, and he will talk on the early results of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission's rhythm process policies and procedures. All right. Then after Doug gets finished, we'll have John McCain, and John McCain and Thomas Evans. John is the manager for the dam safety section for the South Carolina Department of Health and Environmental Control. And Thomas Evans is a geotechnical engineer with CDM Smith. All right. And then at 2:15, you will hear a presentation from Keith Mills with the Oregon Water Resources Department, and he will be discussing development of a risk-based dam safety assessment in Oregon. So, Doug, if you could lead off this section of the presentation.
Preston, thank you very much. Hopefully everybody can hear me. I'll try to build a little bit on what both Kyle and Keith just presented on. A little bit about my background. I'm with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. I'm the chief of the risk-informed decision-making branch for the agency, which is part of the dam safety and inspections group. Let's see, Preston, for some reason I'm not seeing my slides. There we go. Okay, perfect. There we go. So a little bit about the presentation outline. I've got kind of four main topic areas I'd like to discuss. And again, kind of following on what Keith just gave, a little bit of a background and historical perspective from the Federal Energy Regulatory's kind of perspective on risk and how that's been built into our program. Talk about some current activities that the FERC is working on relative to risk-informed decision-making, and some lessons learned on kind of an interim snapshot over the last few years of some risk analysis pilot projects, and we'll talk a little bit about some future efforts and activities that we're working on. Just waiting for a slide to load up here for everyone. So while that's loading, just to give you a perspective, so it was early 2000s that FERC started looking at risk-informed decision-making as maybe something that we wanted to add into our dam safety program. Potential failure mode analysis had been just started in the early 2000s within the dam safety program, and risk was one of those things that we thought was maybe at some point an eventual add-on to where we wanted the program to be able to go. So our first potential failure mode analysis activity, was developing some guidelines, again, in early 2000s, with the first potential failure mode analysis session taking place in October of 2002. So 2006 then, FERC started talking, or actually conducted their first project risk analysis for a couple of projects in the Chicago region on some particular failure mode issues that we had there. So that was our first kind of trial, kind of dipping the big toe, so to speak, into the pool of risk to see what risk could really maybe provide for our program. And it was just a few years after that then FERC started to think about how we might be able to actually implement risk into our program. And in 2009, risk actually became part of the overall FERC strategic plan in the 5-year plan from 2009 to 2014. And that plan talked about developing an action plan in 2009 evolving its way to about 2014 where RIDM might be actually fully implementable within our program. We didn't quite make that schedule. It was a little ambitious for us as an agency, kind of a little more maybe resource restricted, but that was our goal at that point anyway. So we also, about that time in 2009, began to develop some screening level risk analysis methodologies and tools that we could look at dams within the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission's dam safety inventory. And as well as that, in 2009, I ended up doing a second risk analysis pilot project in the Portland Regional Office. Continue on 2009 to 2011, we continued to develop the screening level risk tool that we wanted to use internally. And in 2011, also kind of pulled 3 people off to the side of the dam safety program and kind of formed an internal ad hoc risk team to start looking at what kind of policies for us as a regulatory agency would we need, what kind of procedures, processes, and things like that. So they were looking into things along those lines. And in 2012, we were able to do our first trial run, version 1.0 of the screening level risk analysis. And again, this was just an internal usage, and we'll talk a little bit more about those results in some coming slides. 2012 to 2014, this ad hoc risk group reached out to industry to try to help develop some methodology or some practices in risk analysis. Not, I'll just say, unlike the best practices work that Reclamation and the Corps had done, to try to build on some of that information. So there's some discussions on consequences and how to look at internal erosion and other things that was really some foundational work for our program. 2014, our agency made a decision to actually form a formalized risk-informed decision-making branch, and the outcome of that was in 2015 and 2016, with the additional staff, we're able to publish some interim risk-informed decision-making guidelines in March of 2016, and Keith referred to that. The picture on the right shows the cover page for these 4 chapters of the introduction to risk analysis, and then our risk analysis, a risk assessment, and our risk management and risk communication chapters to kind of form the basic framework for our risk program. The last 5 years, there's been a lot of different things, kind of moving parts for the program. We actually performed a second go-around of our screening level risk analysis. We did some improvements on the first go-around, had some additional internal training, so we're able to execute that. We started also, and we'll talk more about this as well, some risk analysis pilot project studies began to kind of trial some of our existing processes on that. And in 2016 as well, drafted some initial, I'll say, semi-quantitative risk analysis, or SQRA, guidance for some of those pilot studies to be able to start implementing or using. And then the last couple of years, we've been doing revisions to our potential failure mode analysis and that original semi-quantitative risk analysis guidance that we had. I'll say in large part on some of the findings from the Oroville Independent Forensics Team report, as well as some of quite a few potential failure modes that had been performed over the preceding almost 20 years. So a little bit about current status. And Keith and Kyle both talked about this kind of this initial step into the kind of the risk analysis framework in performing screening level risk analyses. So these are kind of a simplified process at a relatively low effort to kind of get a quick assessment of risks within a portfolio of dams. It uses simplistic tools, and so it's typically conservative at times, I'll say in the most part, to be able to evaluate dams within an overall inventory. And the overall objective is to attempt to develop a relative risk estimate for each dam in a way that would allow you to look at the relative risks among dams and be able to help from a prioritization standpoint to look at things that you might want to do further study, analysis, remediation, things like that, and moving forward. So when So FERC, again, back in the 2009, 2010, started looking at this kind of screening level tool and helped to kind of, honestly, work out some bugs along the way for us. And so we were able to do internally, again, about 750 high and significant hazard projects within our portfolio. And just to get a sense for the effort on this, so you can imagine trying to look at about one dam a day. You know, some dams took a little more and some dams took a little less from that, but on average, looking at a dam per day for each one of our dam safety engineers to try to get this initial assessment on that. And there was quite a bit of training, I'll say, to be able to go through this process, and then quite a bit of review and calibration afterwards to make sure we had consistency amongst the results. We really felt like it was helpful to our engineers to become more familiar with the risk processes, the concepts, and even terminology that is kind of foreign if you've just been doing work, say, in the deterministic kind of way that we've been doing dam safety for quite a few years. So just want to present a few slides here on some of those early results that we've got, just to give you a sense for, you know, our flavor for what we're getting out of the tool on that. So this is one slide here by looking at, of those 750 projects, what was the leading risk by loading condition of those projects. So pretty wide distribution between the normal flood and seismic loads for all of those results. When we break it down by failure mechanism, again, those 750 projects, you know, we're looking at internal erosion as far as the leading failure mechanism. The screening level risk analysis is a potential failure mode based approach. So taking the potential failure modes from each of our projects and trying to look at the risks for each one of those, internal erosion ended up being the highest one that we've got out of the 750 projects. Again, of the highest that we got for each project, and overtopping, slope stability, sliding, et cetera, as you can see the list there in the pie chart. And then finally, just by structure type. And so the vast majority of our structures within the inventory of dams are earth-fill dams as compared to concrete, although there's still a fair share of concrete dams in our inventory. But again, just kind of a taste for where our highest risks for each project kind of shake out. There are quite a few benefits that we felt going in and actually coming out to be able to help us here get a better understanding of our project features and our failure modes, and maybe how well some were done and maybe how well some weren't necessarily done. So it helped in our guidance to be able to develop better potential failure mode descriptions. Along the way, it was to help us focus our technical training opportunities and classes for our folks internally by knowing where I'll say the majority of our failure modes might lie, will help us kind of get a sense for what other training that we might need to have happen. One thing we hadn't done up to this point was really understand well within our projects which project had the highest consequence. I think we had a relative sense of that, but now we had a better way of looking at that, and perhaps for us to help focus on, you know, where additional emphasis on emergency action plans might be maybe better tailored. We looked at how we were making our project assignments by our project engineers within the program, so that we were able to get, you know, better, I guess, a better technical representation of folks inspecting dams with their background and where the projects were, and then a number of other kind of good benefits there on the remaining bullets there on the slide. So we also implemented right after 2016 in our publication of our risk-informed decision-making guidelines, kind of a plea or a call for those licensees, those dam owners within the FERC program to institute some pilot studies, some risk analysis pilot studies. And the thought was, you know, kind of the adage here of this crawl, walk, run, and fly. So we wanted to crawl first before issuing finalized versions of these draft documents. so that we could kind of work out some bugs along the way and really learn to crawl first so that we weren't running into a pothole, but we would kind of see that kind of stuff coming along the way. So these pilot projects were in place to be able to help evaluate risk methodologies, things like that, to identify future training needs for future implementation of risk, and to get really hopefully some good feedback from licensees and consultants about the overall process, methodologies, what tools might be helpful along the way, what kinds of things might be tripping us up and we're struggling with. And so that was meant to be able to help. And we'll talk a little bit more about those results here in just a minute. So up to this point, so since 2016, we have completed about 24 or 25, I say completed or in the process of completing 24 or 25 risk analysis pilot projects.
It looks like he might have lost his connection. Hold on one second, everybody, while we try and get our speaker reconnected. Oh, hey, Doug, it looks like you're back with us now.
Yeah, sorry about that. Looks like I lost connection there real quick.
We can hear you great now.
Perfect. Thank you. Sorry about that, everyone. So risk analysis pilot projects are level ones, which is our what we refer to as our screening level that I just mentioned. We have 2 licensees that are kind of trialing that process and looking at the tools that we use internally to run through our 750 dams for hopefully a future opportunity to provide that as a potential tool for folks that want to do some type of screening level risk analysis on that. We've got levels 2 and 3 that are both what we call, or what's typically called, semi-quantitative risk analysis based. The main distinction being the level 2 for us are those periodic risk analyses that I believe Keith had referred to, which is part of what we call in our program the Part 12D, which is where we get out of the Code of Federal Regulations for our periodic periodic dam safety analysis kind of program. So of those, the level 2, the level 3, we have about 19 different studies either completed or in some process of being completed. And then finally, the most robust end of the risk analysis scale, the quantitative risk analyses. As you can see there, we've got 3 projects, 1 that has been completed and actually 2 others that are nearing completion at this point. So preliminary results from these various projects have actually been very positive. They've helped identify some changes in guidance that we think we would like to do to help improve and streamline the process, to be able to explain things better and expectations where maybe it wasn't as clear in the draft guidance. I will say most folks have been pleasantly surprised how much their understanding of the project has improved. You know, we saw that when we implemented the potential failure mode analysis into the program, where folks felt like in going through the potential failure mode analysis work sessions that they really felt like they knew their dams so much better than they did prior to that. They were seeing, based on all these pilot studies, that same additional increment in understanding in having to go from the potential failure mode analysis process to the semi-quantitative risk analysis process. We're building on the potential failure modes, but now when you're having to come to estimate these risks in both their consequences and their likelihood, we talk very explicitly about uncertainty and confidence in the results. To a licensee or an owner that's used all of these, they have felt like they've gotten a lot of value out of this process, and we're happy to be able to hear that. We do see a steep learning curve for those that aren't necessarily very familiar with the risk concepts and methodologies, and we'll talk a little bit more about what that might mean in the future. And we're also seeing from these, and it's not surprising, there's a limited number of trained and experienced facilitators out in industry right now that have the experience in being able to do this in the consulting community. And so there's definitely going to be a need to grow and expand the number and the quality and experience level of those types of people, I think, in our industry in the years to come. So I think it was also mentioned earlier this morning that FERC has recently published some draft updates of some of our guidance documents. We call it a Notice of Proposed Rulemaking that was published back in July of last year that included some proposed revisions to a lot of our statutes in the 18 Code of Federal Regulations, Chapter 12, as well as in new engineering guideline chapters that we have within our program. And you can see the 4 chapters listed there, including chapters 17 and 18, where you can see there's a new chapter on potential failure modes that has been split out from a previous chapter 14, and a new chapter 18 on semi-quantitative risk analysis. So again, the revisions to the potential failure mode guidance were based on the thousands of potential failure mode analyses that have been completed over 20 years or so, the Oroville Independent Forensics Team report, as well as an Oroville FERC After Actions Panel report that was put together as part of the After Actions from Oroville on that. And you can see some of the significant revisions to what we've proposed and have provided out for public comment late last year, including identification of required technical disciplines. And I would call your attention to that second sub-bullet there on revised definition of failure. So now we're not only going by the previous definition, or the definition that FEMA has for failure as an uncontrolled release, a sudden uncontrolled release of the reservoir, but there are also other aspects of that, including the misoperation, not the inability of the project to function in its design intent, and other things along those lines to expand that definition of failure. We also want to focus and make sure folks had an understanding of how the project operates and functions as a system before developing and brainstorming potential failure modes, as well as incorporating the use of human and organizational factors that, again, has been highlighted in a number of the forensics reports that have happened recently, including Oroville and the Spencer Dam failure. And so some other kind of an improved process aspects of the potential failure mode analysis as well. Likewise, for the semi-quantitative risk analysis, we wanted to build on what's included in the best practices for dam and levee safety risk analysis as part of the Corps of Engineers and Bureau of Reclamation's document there, and Kyle had referred to that earlier on that. Just wanted to provide some additional guidance on, from the FERC perspective, the risk measures and process and what our expectation was for qualification of team members, how to estimate extreme loads for hydrologic and seismic, how to develop failure likelihoods, consequences, and how we'd like risk to be portrayed on a risk matrix and others. So we're using almost, I'll say, identical system to what's included in best practices. There are a couple of extra rows down there on the bottom that aren't included in best practices, but other than that, these are identical to what's included in the best practices document, as well as the matrix is nearly identical to what's included in the best practices document. So as I mentioned, we had those prior documents, the 4 chapters of our engineering guidelines that we're proposing, as well as revisions to 18 CFR Part 12 on that, out for 2 months. So between middle of July and middle of September, those were out there, and we had we had exactly 1,040 comments based on that. And you can see I've just broken them down here in this table so you can see kind of where the bulk or majority of those comments have come from in going forward. So we've got comments from individuals and owners, organizations like National Hydropower Association, U.S. Society on Dams, and CIATI with the Dam Safety Interest Group associated with that, as well as other agencies. And our initial assessment of all 1,040 comments were that there were no fatal flaws that we identified in that, and actually there were quite a few very good comments, and that's what we were hoping for from industry and the agencies to help provide clarifications and additional guidance where we had questions. So current,
you got 5 minutes.
Hey, sounds good. Thanks, Preston. So currently we're kind of pouring through all of those and working through the draft documents. So talk about future efforts. So we're continuing to revise those documents based on the public comments that we've got, including some of the results from the pilot studies, again, and going through that to try to help provide additional guidance where we felt like it was needed. We have to go through and obviously internal review processes as we complete those drafts to be able to go forward, perform commissioner briefings, and then that has to go before the commission and to get on their agenda for a vote as far as being able to move forward for a final rulemaking activity. I wish I could tell you a schedule. I actually don't know what that might be. I'll just say we're hoping that it will be in the coming months. At that point, we feel like we're getting closer to having some draft chapters ready for our internal review process, but it's really hard to be able to pin down on what month or when that might happen. So just kind of stay tuned on that. A little more on future efforts. Again, with the new our new 18 CFR Part 12 has what we call a comprehensive assessment as part of that. So with that, at a 10-year interval, we would be looking at having the licensees of these 750 projects perform a semi-quantitative risk analysis as part of that effort. So that calculates out to about 75 of those semi-quantitative risk analysis being performed each year. So we'd be going from 0 to 75 over some period of time to be able to do that. In addition, we still expect additional semi-quantitative risk analyses that are not part of the Part 12 process to be ongoing, as well as additional qualitative risk analyses. So there could be somewhere obviously greater than 75 at some point to probably upwards of 100 risk analyses going on in our program at any given year. So future efforts, again, we're looking at a multi-year ramp up of this. There is no way that FERC or industry could in a one-year period, kind of like turning on a light switch, implement 75 risk analyses. So we're looking at how we might be able to ramp that up over a multi-year period. Tied to that is also the training then that has to happen with that, both internally and externally. So the changes to the Part 12 process so that the licensees and the consultants that are doing those Part 12 projects understand, I'll just say in more detail, what's included in the guidelines, as well as the changes to the potential failure mode analysis and the semi-quantitative risk analysis process, including that added experience and skill set that's needed to be able to do the SQRA work in moving forward. And so we understand that there's going to have to be more that we and others, I'll say in industry, are going to have to provide training-wise to be able to have the necessary knowledge and experience to be able to move forward with that. So there are challenges. Like I mentioned before, there's a limited but growing understanding within the U.S. dam safety community of risk principles in general and how those principles can be incorporated into the dam safety process and decision-making. The U.S. dam safety industry has been relatively slow to embrace some of the risk concepts compared to other countries practicing dam safety and to recognize the limitations of current practices. that are out there. That said, there's still a significant need to train our dam owners, our consultants, and regulators, not only in how to perform the risk analyses, but more importantly in the risk concepts, in risk-informed decision-making, risk management, and risk communication. And we all have to recognize that this is going to take some time and requires some additional training and practical hands-on experience. This is, I equate it a little bit to, learning how to fly a plane. And, you can have the training behind this, even the simulators and things like that, but to get the real experience, you actually have to be behind the wheel and to be able to take off and fly. And the same thing with risk analysis. You can still have all the training, but there's still, that amount of experience that you can only get by actually doing risk analysis. So those are some of the things that I think we see coming in the years to come. And with that, I thank you for your attention and your time.
Doug, you do have a lot of questions, and I'm just going to ask this one question because it's a great lead up to our state's presentation. And the question by Jose Pepe Hernandez. He asked, as a regulated agency, do you jointly conduct the risk analysis with the dam owners? Do you guys facilitate?
Yeah, really good question, Pepe. So the approach that we've taken is, as the regulator, we need to provide those minimum requirements or guidelines out there for the dam owners and the consultants. It's the ultimate responsibility of the owner to know their risks and to be able to manage those. We provide that oversight function to that. So during a risk analysis, for example, we're not part of the risk analysis team. We're there observing, we're there providing, our own independent assessment of what's going on. And as a regulator, we will do our independent risk analysis right along with the team, but we won't provide our results to the team unless we see some differences, and then we will provide that. But ultimately, it's the owner, it's the consultant putting their PE stamp on the document and submitting it to us. So we'll do our review, of that document when it comes in based on our, I'll just say, observation and participation during the risk analysis itself. But as the regulator, we won't be providing our own estimates along with the rest of the team as the results.
So thank you, Doug. And Doug will be on our panel on Friday. So some of these questions we'll save for Doug to speak to on Friday as well. But speaking from a regulator perspective, now we'll have South Carolina talk about their approach from a state regulator perspective. So John, the floor is yours.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is John McCain, and I am the manager of the state dam safety program in South Carolina. I am joined today by Tommy Evans, a geotechnical engineer with CDM Smith, who also serves as a consultant to the state's dam safety program. We are presenting today on South Carolina's approach to developing and performing a risk-based analysis of the state's inventory of high-hazard potential dams, and using that analysis to move our program towards a risk-informed decision-making process. I just want to do a quick check, make sure I'm coming through at a good volume.
Good, John.
Okay. So you'll see here our contact information. We're happy to, if after today anyone wants to reach out and talk to us, we're happy to kind of share our experiences with anyone. Our co-authors and contributors for the state's risk analysis framework that we've put together and its implementation include Dr. Oner Tostan with CDM Smith, Steve Whiteside with CDM Smith, Jack Beers, a GIS specialist with CDM Smith, and Dr. John Quebman with RTI. So today, in our presentation, we will provide an introduction that discusses where the South Carolina Dam Safety Program was before we embarked on this risk analysis effort, and the more recent developments that put us on our current path. We will then discuss the state's first attempts to evaluate our inventory of high hazard potential dams in an objective, holistic, and unbiased understanding of dam risk. This we call a screening level risk analysis, or SLRA. We will then discuss the intensified analysis we have developed for dams that pose the highest risk as revealed through SLRA. This we call a semi-quantitative risk analysis, SQRA. Lastly, we will discuss where we envision this current path will lead as this new information becomes a, if not the, key driver for decision making in the program. So today on the screen you'll see kind of some bullets kind of describing the history and the path we've been on. The recent history of the South Carolina Dam Safety Program will likely sound very familiar to many of you. One, because we talk about it a lot in presentations. My apologies to any of you who have already heard some of this. And also because many states have felt the repercussions of budget cuts, a loss of experienced staff, little public or political support, or even awareness, and all that coupled with the increasing number of dams and sprawling development and population growth. We won't spend a lot of time repeating what many of you have probably heard before in past FEMA seminars from us, but we do want to reiterate that it took back-to-back natural disasters that resulted in the failure of 50 regulated dams in 2015 and 20 regulated dams in 2016 for the people and politicians in South Carolina to begin taking dam safety serious again. As a result of the damage and destruction our state saw in 2015 to 2016, we have been working tirelessly to rebuild and evolve our dam safety program into an innovative and efficient unit. The adoption of risk-informed decision-making and the prioritization of our efforts and direction of our resources towards dams posing the highest risk is one of our top goals. Here, I would like to take a moment to illustrate one of our biggest challenges in rebuilding our dam safety program. That was the backlog of hazard reclassifications that was due to multiple factors. One major reason being no easy, in other words, fast and inexpensive way for program staff to establish definitively and defensively the downstream consequences of a dam failure. Because without a definitive and defensible determination, staff are likely to lose any attempt to reclassify a dam on appeal and face potential reprimand. Another reason being the lack of enforcement resources, not to mention political will, to require hundreds of dam owners spend tens of thousands of dollars for surveys and H&H modeling to establish the probable maximum flood, the hydraulic performance of spillways, and the consequences of dam failure. So now that you'll see how things have changed as far as the number of our high hazard dams, you can see how busy our staff have been addressing our backlog. One result is that we have nearly tripled the number of high hazard potential dams in South Carolina. This can be largely attributed to the adoption of DSS-WISE Lite by program staff as a screening tool for determining if a dam has the potential to inundate homes or overtop roadways. While DSS-WISE Lite still has certain limitations, it has given staff the definitive and defensible tool for identifying dams that possess the hazard potential commensurate with a high hazard classification. We are currently faced with a legislative directive not to reclassify dams from low hazard to significant hazard, which is actually suppressing the number of dams that should be classified as significant hazard potential, as an aside. So the increase in funds from our state General Assembly following the events of 2015 and 2016 allowed DHEC to engage an engineering consulting firm, CDM Smith, for in-house technical and staff support. One of the initiatives tasked to our consultant was to perform inspections of 2,000 dams over an 18-month period to establish a new baseline for the condition of state-regulated dams. CDM Smith performed the vast bulk of these inspections over approximately 10 months, from February to November 2017. These inspections thoroughly documented the condition of the inspected dams, including virtually all of the low-hazard dams that had either never had a formal inspection or had not been inspected for many years. The data gained has been a crucial piece of the program's efforts to reduce its backlogs in everything from needed repairs, hazard reclassifications, development of emergency action plans, updating dam ownership and contact information, improving dam characteristics data, and more. So now I'd like to introduce the concept of risk, something everyone's probably familiar with, but I'll also talk about how it's defined in terms of risk posed by potential failure of a dam. As you probably know, the risk posed by a dam is more than just the consequences of the dam's failure. Risk is a function of three components. The first component is the hazards that arise that place stress on the dam. As you all know, these can be natural or man-made hazards, and I don't need to list them for this audience. The second component is the performance of the dam when faced with these hazards. In other words, the dam's resistance to failure in the face of applied stress. Lastly, the third component of risk is what is traditionally confused with risk. That is, the downstream consequences of a dam's failure. So, when attempting to reduce risk, the natural hazards really cannot be affected. However, risk can be reduced by actions that either improve performance of the dam or reduce the consequences of dam failure. Some examples of actions that can reduce risk are making the dam more resistant to seismic events. For example, soil mixing, grout curtains, stability berms, etc. Increasing the spillway capacity, armoring the dam. So we're talking about actions that actually improve the performance, reduce the impact of the performance term on the risk. Also, things like implementing an early warning system can reduce the consequence term. So, as has already been discussed, in the previous presentation, FERC identifies multiple levels of risk analysis, starting with the most basic, level 1, and advancing to the most rigorous, level 4. South Carolina's efforts start with a level 1 analysis for the entire inventory of high hazard potential dams and advance to a level 3 analysis for those dams we identify as posing the highest risk and thus justify the additional expenditure of effort and resources. So now, since many of you are familiar with FEMA's High Hazard Potential Dams Rehabilitation Grant, which was authorized under the 2016 WIN Act, that legislation and the resultant notice of funding opportunity from FEMA is that to qualify for a grant, the proposed rehabilitation project must be justified based on a risk analysis and a prioritization of all the eligible high hazard potential dams. Since grant funding for rehabilitation of dams is so rare and the need so large, SCDHEC could not pass up an opportunity to secure some financial assistance for its dam owners. Therefore, taking the directives from the NOFO and other FEMA guidance, SCDHEC tasked CDM Smith with developing a framework and performing an initial risk analysis and ranking of the HHPDs it had inspected in 2017. So now I'll turn it over to Tommy Evans to discuss CDM Smith's efforts in this endeavor.
Good afternoon. So, as a part of holistically assessing the risk, we decided that we would need to perform this level 1 or screening level risk analysis on a larger set of dams in order to best identify those riskier dams. As John mentioned before, the FEMA HHPD grant was driving the direction of SCDX risk assessment, and although the SLRA was not grant eligible, it is a necessary step in the risk evaluation process. We'll discuss this a little bit later, but this process will be implemented on all high-hazard dams going forward. So this foundational step was and is important. This process was a desktop exercise and relied on existing data and involved no immediate field work. This largely depended on the 2017 and the more recent dam inspections. These inspections were standardized by use of SOPs and other guidance. Therefore, we tried to eliminate or at least minimize subjectivity. Also, as John mentioned before, the SLRA framework is composed of 3 terms: hazard, resistance, and consequence, shown in the equation on the slide. The purpose of the exponents in the equation is for weighting the terms so that no one term influences the total risk factor, or TRF, disproportionately. Dr. Chistan gave a presentation at the 2020 ASDO conference to explain the process we went through, as well as term derivations. For the first of the 3 terms, the hazard term, we separated this into 2 natural hazards. The first is the seismic hazard. Our data was limited to a few sources. The first was a source conducted by URS in the year 2000 on a large number of SCD hex inventory. From this report, we gleaned an earthquake severity index, which ultimately would determine the seismic hazard term. In addition to this information, we also have the widely available, publicly available rather, USGS seismic hazard maps. The second term is the flooding hazard. This term was a bit more involved as it required analysis of the upstream watersheds and compared that IDF to the spillway capacities. Typically, we looked at the 100-year event with stream stats and compared that to the assumed available capacity. This is a simplified approach, but it is a screening level after all. Generally, this process worked for smaller dams. For the larger dams, we made some assumptions based on varying watershed characteristics, 24-hour PMP, etc., and used normal hydrologic methods to determine the IDF. This was not a dam-specific PMP study for each dam. Next, the resistance term was developed with the inputs shown on this slide. These inputs, by the way, came from largely from our 2017 dam inspections and also more recent dam inspections. These terms were weighted according to a panel of engineers with dam safety experience, and the resistance factors for each term were determined. In addition to the existing dam features that list on the left on the slide, we incorporated risk reduction measures where they are available, as shown by the list on the right of the slide. Dr. Chistan's presentation goes into much more detail and can be made available upon request. Finally, the consequence term was developed primarily using FEMA's DSS-WISE Light for inundation mapping. From DSS-WISE Light output, we gleaned the number of potentially inundated downstream properties. This was completed in 2018 as a part of an EAP, or Emergency Action Plan, effort. The Human Consequence Module, or HCOM, was used to determine the populations at risk, an important parameter in our framework. As we had a bulk of the information prior to HCOM results being made available, we also incorporated manual tagging or labeling identification of habitable structures for preliminary EAP usage. This data allowed for counting the number of physical structures potentially impacted by a dam breach. Sometimes this involved actually going and verifying on site the presence of a structure or a home. As shown in the figure, this is an example of one of our inundation map sheets for an EAP. One of the factors used in the SLRA process was the inspection condition rating. These condition ratings are consistent with those found in the National Inventory of Dams definitions. Our inventory in South Carolina consists of about 58% poor rated dams and about 3% unsatisfactory. Both are conditions for the FEMA HHPD grant. At least one unsatisfactory dam is shown on this slide. Which do you think that may have been? Shown here is the distribution of total risk factors, or TRFs. The left figure is the seismic TRF. The numerical value is a relative risk score and is less important than the relative rankings. The figure on the right is the flooding TRF. The reason we have two different figures is that the flooding and seismic hazard terms are two independent events. We looked at combining the two terms into a single score, but the flooding TRF tended to outweigh or mute the seismic result. We decided to treat these two events as mutually exclusive. Both distributions follow roughly a log normal distribution.
Thank you, Tommy. So, just for context, South Carolina's definitions for hazard potential classification are not very different from what you'd find in any other state. We do not have a very high hazard classification as some states do. We do have a very small high hazard potential classification for dams that are less than 25 feet in height or impoundment less than 50 acre feet, but that still have the potential to cause loss of life. High hazard potential dams are associated with loss of life, either directly or indirectly. These dams are the focus of our current effort, but significant hazard dams can easily be added should we desire. So for a slight nuance to our semi-quantitative risk analysis implementation, at least for the work to be funded directly with state and federal funds, we have decided that the rules of the HHPD grant make it so that the rehabilitation projects most likely to get funded will be those where the dam owner is also the project sponsor. In other words, dams that are owned by non-federal governments. Therefore, to ensure that the state funds invested in an SQRA of a dam are most likely to result in actual rehabilitation, we have decided that our SQRA will focus on state, county, and local government-owned dams that are deemed grant eligible. I will point out this: we're still waiting to hear back from FEMA if this is going to be an approved plan for our grant implementation. Of our 68 dams deemed eligible, 10 have been selected for SQRA to be funded from the state's FY19 HHPD grant. As discussed earlier, SLRA is a level 1 risk analysis as defined by FERC, while SQRA is a level 3, i.e. more rigorous. Read more expensive. It is cost prohibitive to perform SQRA on the entire inventory of HHPDs, or even the grant eligible HHPDs. For the 10 dams we have selected to undergo our first ever SQRA, we will perform analyses aimed at quantifying the probability of certain hazards occurring, the probability of failure as a result of these different hazards, and the resulting consequences of failure. We are utilizing 2 contractors to assist with this effort: CDM Smith from their Columbia and Charlotte offices, and RTI, headquartered in Raleigh, North Carolina. RTI will focus on the H&H portions of the analysis, while CDM Smith will focus on the geotechnical portions as well as the overall compilation of results and reporting. And with just a small disclaimer, RTI is definitely the expert on what I'm about to discuss, and I may not get some of these points exactly accurate, but I'll do my best. So specific to RTI's H&H analysis, they provide a service that results in a probabilistic hazard curve for each dam analyzed, in addition to the hydrologic and hydraulic models that go into the hazard curve generation. SCDHEC determined that RTI's probabilistic results, as opposed to a strict deterministic result for PMP or PMF, for example, better fits with the probabilistic nature of a risk analysis. RTI's analysis will yield highly useful data, couples a hydrologic model with hydraulic behavior of the dam and its spillways, resulting in a non-annual exceedance probability neutral approach. In other words, we don't assume that the meteorological event and the hydrologic event are linearly related. For example, a 1/4 PMP rainfall event may result in a 1/2 PMF flood event, or something entirely different, as initial conditions, variable storm hydrographs, etc., are analyzed over tens of thousands of simulations to develop a worst-case envelope of potential responses. While this potential is exciting, it is a computationally demanding and data-intensive effort. And therefore, again, it limits the scope at which SCDHEC can apply this level of analysis. So as mentioned previously, one of the products of RTI's probabilistic H&H analysis is the probabilistic hydrologic hazard curve, an example of which is seen on this slide. The inputs briefly mentioned prior are the hydrologic model, which is created in HEC HMS, which is also a deliverable of the analysis, the different storm patterns, such as the hydrograph, direction of the storm, orientation of the storm, etc. And lastly, the different initial conditions, antecedent rainfall, soil moisture, lake and stream levels, etc. The resulting curve provides, at least in this example, a peak pool water surface elevation and the probability of exceedance of that elevation resulting from those tens of thousands of simulations. The probability of an overtopping event can be extracted, as can the probability of a probable maximum flood event. One exciting benefit is that context can be given to a PMF event. In other words, is it a 1 in 1,000 year event or a 1 in 1 million year event? As you can see, the scale for annual exceedance probability extends to an extremely remote event, up to a 1 in 10 million year event, and it can be higher. I'll now turn it back over to Tommy Evans.
Tommy, you have five more minutes.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Preston. Part of the SQRA process is identifying, in a general sense, the different failure modes of a dam. Many of these modes are linked to the data gleaned from inspection reports and used in the SLRA framework. Our SQRA will seek to better understand these failure modes by collecting site-specific information with borings, soil testing, and a detailed measurement of spillways and other occurrences. This will involve additional fieldwork and is currently underway. So, let's wrap this thing up. What are we going to do with all this information? We've got inspection data, SLRA results, which will be continually updated, field data, lab testing, probabilistic and site-specific H&H data, inundation mapping, and geotechnical modeling and analysis. We will gather all of this data and go to our team of dam experts to evaluate the failure modes and assign an FN range of values. Shown here are the ranges our team will use to evaluate the site-specific data. A full quantitative risk analysis would result in a series of points for specific failure modes, but we will land on ranges like that shown in the figure on the right-hand side of the screen. These annual probabilities of failure come from the Bureau of Reclamation's guidance. These categories represent the y-axis or the vertical axis shown on the screen. Similarly, the Bureau of Reclamation's consequence categories shown on the horizontal axis will be used to categorize the downstream impacts and loss of life. The figure on the right is an example of our output from our process. We are excited to begin transitioning into the risk-informed decision-making here in South Carolina. So let's outline some of our next steps in future direction. Initially, we were using an Excel-based database to maintain all of the SLRA data. Going forward, we will be using Esri's Survey 123 to update and add dams to the SLRA. This format is easy for SCDHEC staff to incorporate into the regular inspection process without having time-consuming added steps. In addition to the Survey 123 form for flooding and seismic, we have built an SLRA dashboard for quick visualization. Each time an inspection occurs, dam safety staff will update these simple forms, and they will feed automatically into the dashboard for management staff to view with regular updating, almost real time. Going forward, HHPD grant applicants will be required to perform their own SQRA. SCDHEC will also be using the SLRA and SQRA results to drive decision-making, including EAP noncompliance, enforcement activities and legal action, storm preparation, and emergency response, to name a few. Of course, our goal is to reduce overall risk for South Carolina dams. Here are some screenshots of the Survey 123 forms. The forms will automatically insert known fields when the SCDHEC ID number is entered, minimizing time and effort for field staff as well as repeat work. These are completed at regular inspection intervals, making the database dynamic and the dashboard essentially live. Here's a screenshot from the working dashboard. Each category is clickable for view filtering, and each dam is clickable for viewing raw input values. We're really excited to begin implementing these in the next few weeks. Please feel free to reach out to us or Dr. Tiston or Dr. Quedman listed here. Dr. Quedman with RTI will be presenting with his team on Friday, so be sure to tune in around noon. Thanks, everybody. Let us know if you have any questions.
Thanks, John and Tommy. So I'll ask a quick question, and this question is coming from Paul Risher. Can you give a ballpark estimate of the average cost for each screening level risk assessment?
Oh, that's a complicated question to answer, and I'll basically answer with a non-answer. We built the framework of the SLRA such that it can easily be adaptable to. Yeah, it's true. So it's adaptable, and it does take advantage of the previous work. So talking about the 2,000 dam inspections that we did, and the EAP work that's previously done, which I think is a difficult number to.
Yeah, I think what we're getting is a really a nice economy of scale, so to speak, where we've done a lot of this work for other efforts. Call it just karma, maybe, that we're kind of fortunate to have, that everything's come together in this way. We've never really attempted to quantify the cost per dam. I think we probably have a better idea of the cost of doing SQRA per dam. SLRA, again, I'm sorry, Paul, but I really can't put a dollar figure to that.
Well, John and Tommy, I do know you did have several other questions that are in the chat that we're not going to be able to get to, but fortunately, John and Tommy will be participating in our panel on Friday. So so some of these questions could be once again asked on Friday. So
yeah, I'll be part of the panel. Sorry, Preston. Tommy's had something come up. He will not be part of the panel on Friday, but I will, and I'm happy to answer questions via email or telephone or whatever. But I'll look forward to questions on the panel on Friday as well.
Okay, well, thank you, John and Tommy, both of you. So now we'll get another state perspective. Keith Mills from the Oregon Water and Resources Department, the floor. Once it comes back up, will be yours, Keith. So thank you.
Okay, I'm going to be talking about our process in Oregon to develop a risk assessment for the state-regulated dams. A little bit about what I'll talk about are our Oregon HHPD grants, what we believe the 6 greatest risks of failure are and how we're going to evaluate those, the events that can cause those and how frequently they were going to occur based on our best information. We're also beginning comprehensive review inspections, more detailed than our former periodic inspections. And that's consistent with the state model dam safety program that's just being redeveloped. I'm working in that committee too. And then we'll be doing with that information a risk assessment, and then I'll talk just a little bit about actions on what we might do with this information in Oregon. So a little bit about my background. I worked for the Oregon Department of Forestry for 27 years, and I'm currently working for the Oregon Water Resource Department 10 years, so I've been working 37 years in Oregon. I'm a geotechnical engineer, and I've worked a lot with landslides. On that picture you see there, that's a small landslide that started a debris flow, and that's what I did most of my career. And so I have a lot of experience with vegetation and animals and natural resource risk assessment. And so for the last 10 years, I've been doing dams, and I'm in the position called the state engineer. So I actually supervise the dam safety program and am the senior engineer for my state agency. So our program, a little bit about it. We've had a dam safety program since 1929, and we have new laws and rules now. And we began our program right after the St. Francis Dam failure in California. We have a very small program. South Carolina just said they had 8 or 9 engineers, including myself. We just have 2 engineers, and it's a large land area state with actually quite a few dams, as you can see on the map. We don't do federal dams. Federal agencies do those, including FERC. But we do our own inspections. Owner inspections are not required. We are required to review and approve or disapprove any construction of a dam, modification of a dam, or removal. We require EAPs for all high hazard dams and develop a template for those. And we do our own inundation analysis for hazard rating. And we also are lead in dam emergencies at dams. So we're pretty busy. Our HHPD grant in Oregon, first requirement was for us to update the natural hazards mitigation plan. That was not funded by the grant. We did risk assessment methods is what we're doing right now. We're developing those. We have 18 dams in the state that are eligible according to FEMA criteria, and we're doing risk assessments for those 18 dams. Well, then we'll do losses based on the analysis. We're going to work on 2 floodplain management plans for dams. And then the work we're doing now will be required for specific HHPD funded dam project work for the owners. And we have a number of owners that are very interested in the program. So again, the eligible high hazard dams in Oregon, we have 18. A number have high internal erosion risk. A number have insufficient spillways, not even close to a PMF. Seismic deformation is now a major issue in Oregon that wasn't understood 30 to 40 years ago. And then we have a lot of very old dams with structural deterioration, especially concrete dams. Most of our dams have more than one issue, some from investigation and some from just a general assessment.
So the 6 more likely modes of failure that we'll be investigating based on the records we have in Oregon as to what's happened before with dam failures. First one is overtopping in a flood. Next one is general internal erosion. The next one, seismic deformation. Then we have specific conduit internal erosion. We have spillway failure, and that's from a debris in the spillway or a chute failure. And then because we're a mountainous state, landslides into the dam or reservoir can be a big issue. Risk assessment process. We review all design documents that we have for these dams. So we have files for dams that have been constructed since 1929 in Oregon, since we have an old dam safety program. But even then, we have some of these dams that are quite a bit older than that, and then occasionally the files are lost. So most of these, we have a pretty good set of files to look through for determining how the dam was built. Is it as-built or just design documents, and then what our past inspections have found. We also have the Phase 1 reports from the Corps of Engineers, and our agency did a bunch of those too. We're going to be reviewing safety analysis from consultants. We've had a number of dams where the owners did that independent consultant report for assessing the specific issue, one specific issue with their dam. And then we're putting that into summary spreadsheets with most important information. I'll show a few of those, but those are just kind of getting developed right now, so they're all pretty much under development. And then we'll do our comprehensive review inspections based on what we find in those files, looking at past histories and those 6 modes of failure if they're applicable. And we'll also be doing risk by the frequency of events. So we do have some fairly good information on a number of our events, how frequently they might occur. And so we'll be looking at 3 different triggering events for our risk assessment. We think these are the most likely to cause failures. We don't really have too much of an issue with high releases, since most of the dams we regulate don't have large flood control gates. And so they are not capable of intentional releases that are very high, mostly dam failure type releases. So for the inflow design flood, our PMF has, of course, unknown recurrence. So we're going to be doing something different than using the PMF. We have reasonable confidence in recurrence of floods up to a 2.2% AEP or 500-year flood in Oregon. But our neighbor state, which is hydrologically very similar, Washington, has recurrence that Mill Saver did up to about a 0.001% AEP flood, and maybe even less frequent than that. So that's going to be one of our triggering events, is a very large inflow flood. And for each of these dams, we're going to be determining what it can pass right now and kind of putting an estimate of what kind of flood it would take to overtop that dam and then overtop it significantly. Then the next one for mostly for internal erosion, since our dams go up and down a lot, since a lot of them are used for irrigation, we'll be looking at high inflows, probably just the 1% AEP for return intervals for an unusually high water level in those dams. And we do have freeboards at all our dams. We have information on that, and I'll get into that in the methods in a little bit. And then the next triggering event is a Cascadia, is an earthquake. And the big event that we have now that we didn't think we had before was the Cascadia subduction zone. It's got about a 0.3% annual occurrence probability. And then for crustal, for other dams, they're a lot less frequent in Oregon. It varies a lot, but and there's not much information, but maybe a 0.05% annual occurrence. And we'll get the acceleration from the USGS map, similar to what South Carolina did. And then so for extreme flood recurrence, in Oregon, we have both limited convective storms, but more so on the eastern side of our state. And then we have an unusual feature that's common just in the west coast called an atmospheric river. This is one in pictures old. It's from the 1996 flood that I was very familiar with. That caused landslides that killed 8 people in Oregon. Moisture, it's late November, and they happen from mid-November through February. Moisture can come from south of Hawaii on a very strong jet stream and put very heavy rain over us, and also on the time of year we might have snow on the ground. So atmospheric rivers are really big for us and very different from the hydrologic conditions that cause major floods in a lot of the rest of the country. We have limited remote gauges. We don't have a lot of precipitation or stream flow gauges up in the high mountains, and especially 30 or 40 years ago, we had very few of those. Our HMR, hydrometeorological report for PMS, is number 57, and that's pretty dated, and we don't have a lot of confidence in that. Our record storms are 1861 atmospheric river. Again, that relates that we didn't have information historically on that, and we have the most severe natural flash flood disaster in the United States, Heppner, Oregon, in 1903 that killed 247 people. And again, no gauge information on either of those two storms. The Heppner storm is interesting in that it's frequently reported as a dam failure, but there was no dam. The dam was built 75 years after the flood. So next is high water level. When there's a potential for internal erosion, you can see this is one of our dams here. You can see a high water level way higher up on the dam than the current water level. This dam frequently has less than 2.5 to 3 feet of freeboard at high water levels, and with it does have some potential internal erosion issues. So even if it does not overtop, it's at risk. And then our next and most important triggering event, at least the one that's changed the most recently, is the Cascadia subduction zone. And see this subduction zone there on the photo goes from Cape Mendocino in California way up to off of Vancouver Island, Canada. So it's hundreds of miles long. The last time it occurred, it had a major quake was in January 1700. Based on records from tsunamis in Japan, tsunami in Japan, has roughly a 0.3% annual recurrence probability based on the records that we have of past quakes in estuaries. It's long duration, probably 5 minutes, and unfortunately we have 6 of our HHPD dams right in coastal communities right next, very close to the subduction zone. More than a number of other states do. So we're looking at, we also have a good historical record, both worldwide and then for Oregon dams, since we have a long dam safety program. So based on information in geotechnical engineering of dams, the most common modes are overtopping worldwide, but internal erosion is right behind. And then internal risk of failure for a homogeneous dam for internal erosion for the first 5 years. We've got that risk there from the book. And then Oregon dam failures are pretty similar in terms of annual risk of failure. And we have reasonably good records on those, and have in our records overtopping, bad construction, internal erosion, animal buries, landslides, but it's often not clear what the cause of failure was. And then for our risk assessment, we do have a population at risk. We use DSSYs and basic screening, and we're going to refine that with our actual HEC-RAS in our inundation from a breach of the dam, and look at velocities and try to get a better estimate. These are conservative estimates in this picture here. So again, when we do a breach analysis, we look at depth and velocity, and we'll also be looking at is the dam failure likely to be identified prior to failure? What's the warning time? Are there resources in the plan to evacuate people? And those things, and that's all part of our plan. Realizing that breach times are incredibly variable. These are log plots with the different methods for calculating breaches, and fitting a curve to that kind of seems a little bit arbitrary, but there might be a very low R-squared there. But that's what we'll use. We typically use Froelich breaches. Breach times, again, are highly variable. Many incidents don't progress to a breach. Large landslides are likely to cause the most rapid breach, and we do have some information for breach by internal erosion. So our file information that we have design drawings for most of the dams built after 1929. We have specs. We have as-built for dams built after 2000, and then a bunch of other information that we have. And then we have, we're compiling this for each dam, so we have general file information. I won't go into any detail there. Embankment data, this still has to be quality controlled. We'll have this for each of our 18 dams. And then issues on smaller dams. They're not like this dam here. They have a lot of defects on some, a narrow crest, less operating freeboard, less control of waves, more plants, more burrowing animals, and a much shorter path for internal erosion. And those are a lot of dams that we look at that are high hazard dams have those issues. For a comprehensive review inspection, we have a small team, a geotechnical engineer, my one other engineer is an H&H engineer, and then we do have someone that has mechanical engineering experience working with us to do the inspections. We'll have a consistent approach, and it's described briefly in the following slides. So we'll do spillway capacity exceedance, we'll set up full HEC-RAS model, and apparently some of this stuff got changed when it got converted to FEMA. So, but we will set up the HEC-RAS, and we'll also be doing HEC-HMX for some of the flow stuff. Generate hydrographs for each dam, and we'll use the same event for each dam. And then we'll be trying to look at Washington State's data on how much those more rare floods, how much larger they are, and try to evaluate that. We're also going to be doing some stochastic analysis like South Carolina, as I talked about. One thing that we have that's pretty common is our spillways can be blocked by either vegetation or debris. The picture on the top is a spillway of a small high hazard dam that's got debris built up behind trees. We did get that taken care of, but that can happen pretty frequently. And then this next lower photo there is in a flood. You can see the dam is the water's just about overtopping. That's the crest of the dam there. And all these boats and all the debris that came in from a debris flow somehow went through a Morning Glory spillway and didn't cause the dam to fail. I would have said that was pretty close to impossible, but that's we'll really be looking at both spillway blockage and then also chute failure. We have a number of dams with concrete spillways. Looking at from our design drawings, what's our thickness and our reinforcement in those, and in our inspections, do we have hollows underneath those, and just a general assessment is there a potential for failure there. And then we'll use the classic internal erosion, looking at the initiation, continuation, progression to breach failure, with mostly some pretty basic soil type information, plasticity index, and gradation. The one photo here is actually of internal erosion or seepage with some internal erosion from one of our dams. We'll be looking at general internal erosion also high up in the dam, and with defects, and then also conduit erosion. Almost all of our dams are homogeneous or less than homogeneous. They don't have the highest risk factor versus soils, but they may have different kinds of soils next to each other, which would lead more likely to a roof development. And then we'll be looking at hydraulic gradients both at the base of the dam, at the conduit in the dam, and near the crest of the dam through which are partially developed through burrows, cracks, and decayed tree roots. And this is one of the dams on our list here. This is actually a spillway through the dam. It's a large corrugated metal pipe, and in the middle in this photo, let's see if you could point this out here. But in the middle, you can see water squirting up several feet high into that. That's coming through a hole under pressure from the reservoir through the dam into the conduit. We're very concerned that that may be a path for internal erosion. And it's already a pre-constructed roof. And both the spillway here and also the smaller conduit have this similar issue. For seismic deformation, again, we have 5 out of 18 dams very close to the Cascadia subduction zone, at least 2 with some material prone to liquefaction. And we'll be using simplified relationships that were in the ASDSO Journal of Dam Safety in 2014 that Jim Swayze developed, just looking at a few factors, and it does have some difference between liquefiable and non-liquefiable materials. It's a pretty general relationship, but we're going to try to work with that as a simplified approach and a consistent approach. And then large landslides, there haven't been that many that have impacted dams, but those that do have been really severe. St. Francis is the question as to how much that one landslide on the abutment contributed. And the Ant Dam in Italy in the early 60s resulted in 2,500 lives lost without the dam failing. All the water just went over the top of the dam. It's 900-foot tall dam, almost 900, and somehow it didn't fail, arch concrete. Next one we're looking at is large, so we're looking at large landslides. This is a dam that had been a high hazard dam in Oregon, and this is the landslide. As you can see, that gigantic spar above it, that dam is 800-foot crest length. So you can see how big that landslide was. The owner decided to remove this dam once they had this information. The original design did not recognize a large landslide here. We have a few of our dams on our list that may have this potential somewhere in the watershed. So for a risk assessment, we'll be looking at event frequency, effects of the event on the dam, the potential for failure based on dam vulnerabilities, based on our comprehensive review inspection. And we're going to try to get to the point, and we'll see how we do for annual risk of failure, checking it with our historical failure incidents, and to see if we don't over or underestimate what is likely based on historical events. And then we'll be looking at losses of life down below the dam, and looking at specific velocity and how many people are in those areas to get a much better estimate of life losses from a dam failure. That'll include the loss of likelihood of evacuation. And we're going to try to get to the point of expected losses per 100,000 people exposed per year. Realizing we'll be pretty rough, but we'll be consistent. And somehow this slide didn't get copied correctly, but this is what we did. So in my prior career at the Department of Forestry, we evaluated the debris flow risk. We had a number of fatalities in Oregon for forest operations, and this shows the different risks. If you could see it, I'm sorry it doesn't come across well when it got converted to the FEMA format. This was presented at the Third International Conference on Debris Flow Mitigation in Davos, Switzerland, and Oregon revised its landslide laws, both for forestry and for highways and for a number of, for building based on those storms. So that was from the 96 storm, and a lot of it was from that slide I showed you of the atmospheric river. So how we're going to use in Oregon, loss of life will be a primary initial risk factor evaluated, so we're not looking at property damage, we're looking at high hazard dams and fatalities per 100,000 people per year as a range. Which of the 6 modes of failure make up most of the risk? We'll focus on those. Again, the relative risk will be more accurate than the absolute risk but we will try to come up with an absolute risk, at least a range of it. And that we'll use that as priority for immediate action, work on formal notices of corrective actions, which we're actually doing now, even before we're done with this. But a big use will be a priority for HHPD funding, or in the future our state develops some funding on our state programs. Getting a better handle on which ones turn out to be the highest risk modes of failure of those 6. And then the next step would be if these risks are high, working with the owners to do a conservative deterministic analysis of those specific modes that are high for rehabilitation of the dam. And then, so in summary, we'll have a consistent means to evaluate risk, essential, and that's essential for all dam safety programs. Ours is going to be event-driven. It's different for Oregon than it would be for other regions. We'll be using comprehensive review inspections, and they may not be that difficult for a simple dam if you don't have a lot of information. Typically, our design files, our drawings, are maybe 4 or 5 pages, sometimes as little as 2, with no design report and no initial calculation. So there's really not a lot to review in our comprehensive review inspection. And it's going to be a basis for action. What specific analysis is going to be needed in the future? Is it going to be a seismic analysis? Is it going to be an H&H analysis, a new spillway, or is it going to be some kind of filtering system for preventing internal erosion? And also looking at short and long-term operational changes in the dam and leading towards the rehabilitation of the dam, or if the owner so chooses or can't get the resources, removal. I'd like to thank FEMA for supporting our program in Oregon with the National Dam Safety Program grant, the HHPD grant, and technical guidance. Our state hasn't been funding us too much yet, so FEMA is very important for core dam safety functions in Oregon. But we do have in this session of the Oregon legislature, our governor has proposed a bill that would help us out in dam safety with some significant funding, help us with staff and some technical analysis. And Oregon dam owners have been really cooperative with us. We get to meet with them a lot since we do all our own state inspections. And then my agency, they've really supported our new dam safety law and rules that passed in the last year and a half. So with that, I think I have 2 minutes left for a couple questions.
Sure, thanks, thanks Keith. A couple questions that are coming online, and I think Abby asked, can you discuss homeless encampment issues impacting your dam? What measures are you implementing?
We're not implementing any measures related to that. If we are aware of people living below a dam, in a flood area, we would treat that like recreation, and we do rate high or have high hazard potential dams due to recreation. So we would consider that if someone was in there in a significant time frame below a dam, recreational use. Actually, I'm not aware of any of our dams where that's an issue, but we do have a very major homeless issue in Oregon. Just I haven't seen it below specific state-regulated dams.
And Keith, another question that I have: are you using all contractor resources, or to do this work, or is it all in-house?
It's all in-house. So FEMA's funding actual staff for us. So we have, I'm doing the geotechnical parts of these. We have our H&H engineer who's actually mostly funded from FEMA, and then we have an engineering intern, and we also have a field staff person that's got a mechanical engineering background. So we're all working on this, and we're actually making reasonable progress, given that we also have to do inspections. In terms of Oregon, our engineers we inspect the high hazard dams and a portion of the significant hazard dams. All the other dams are inspected by our field staff that aren't engineers. And I know that's not consistent with the model dam safety program, but that's one of the consequences of not having very many resources.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Keith. And Keith, you did get quite a few additional questions, and which we'll make sure that you get to kind of answer as well. So thank you so much for your availability. So now I just want to make a few quick announcements. We are done in terms of the evaluations for today, so I hope you were able to follow along with the evaluation. Today we are going to end today with our keynote speaker, David Bowles, and I'm sure David has a lot to share with us today. So David, I will waste no more time and hand it over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you.
Okay, very good. Okay, well, thank you very much. Certainly honored to be providing the keynote to this technical seminar today. So what I'd like to do, just go through a quick outline here, is provide a bit of a historical perspective to begin with, then share a few thoughts on dam failure risk. What is it? What are some of its characteristics? Then talk about risk assessment for dams, what's involved with doing a risk assessment. And then I'd like to sort of step back and think about how does risk play into a dam safety management program, risk-informed dam safety management, and then a few conclusions. So first of all, a historical perspective. So clearly dam safety is not a new topic. It's existed as long as dams have existed, but it's received a lot more systematic emphasis following dam failures in the 1960s and 1970s. 1987, ICOL published Bulletin 59, Dam Safety Guidelines. Interestingly, that bulletin only makes brief mention of risk analysis as a concept that was not yet used in practice. Managing risk has always been the focus of dam safety, even though the risk of dam failure was not explicitly quantified. So how's it been done? It's been done by recognized good practice, safety margins, conservatism, and proven approaches, and it's codified in standards and guidelines, often required by regulators. I'm going to refer to that approach as the traditional or deterministic or standards-based approach. So the introduction of risk analysis into the practice of dam safety has taken place a lot sooner in other fields than it has in dam safety. For example, in business, nuclear safety, health and safety, environmental protection, and food and drug safety, to mention a few. In the 1980s, the introduction of risk analysis into the dam safety field was viewed with suspicion and concern. A risk-based approach was considered not to be capable at that time of being relied on to achieve high levels of dam safety, and there was a concern that it might be misused to justify lower levels of dam safety than a standards-based approach. At the time, the practice of risk analysis for dams was immature and unproven in comparison to the well-established deterministic approaches. In the 1990s, a few organizations started to introduce risk analysis, notably the Bureau of Reclamation and several organizations, starting with regulators in Australia. There was a realization that if it was to be properly applied by seasoned professionals, it could provide some benefits that were not as available as from the standards-based approach. For example, the explicit identification and in-depth understanding of failure modes, including for failure modes that were in some cases not amenable to deterministic analysis, internal erosion, for example. It provided a basis for comparing the risk associated across all identified failure modes for a dam, and a better identification of options for reducing failure likelihood or consequence severity. Also provided a rational basis for prioritizing risk reduction actions. In some cases, measures that would have been required to meet a standard were sometimes recognized to provide only a small reduction in the risk of dam failure. For example, a dam that might have a spillway capable of passing a little bit under a PMF and not quite a PMF. At the same time, other failure modes, such as internal erosion, which standards did not address directly, were sometimes going unaddressed, even though it was now understood that they were greater contributors to dam failure risk. As a result, a lower risk outcome was sometimes judged to be achieved by using risk analysis. Soon as these benefits were realized for individual dams, it was recognized that risk analysis could be valuable for managing dam safety for portfolios of dams. It became clear that risk analysis could not be used independently of tried and proven deterministic approaches, at least not in the near term. That led to a distinction between risk-based approaches and risk-informed approaches. When the possibility was considered of making an exception to meeting a standard or postponing meeting a standard in favor of addressing higher risk contributors, there needed to be a careful, reasoned, risk-informed argument for doing so. 2003, the U.S. Society on Dams published an emerging issues white paper, Dam Safety Risk Assessment, What is it, who's using it, and why, and where should we be going with it? That came out of a FEMA-funded workshop that involved participants from several different countries. In 2005, ICOLD Bulletin 130 was published, entitled Risk Assessment in Dam Safety Management, a reconnaissance of benefits, methods, and current applications. It provided an introduction of some of the basic principles and terminology of risk assessment. Today, even though some concerns and misunderstandings about risk analysis remain, a reasonable risk-informed practice has been developed by some reputable professional organizations, regulatory bodies, and dam owners. As a result, there is an opportunity to strengthen dam safety management for individual dams and also for portfolios of dams using a risk-informed approach in a way that a purely standards-based approach cannot offer, even within a strict regulatory regime. And I want to come back to that theme at the end. This is not to imply that dam safety risk analysis is fully mature. As is the case with deterministic analysis, there needs to be careful identification and evaluation of its limitations and associated uncertainties Let's talk about dam failure risk. Risk generally can be defined as the probability of an undesirable event occurring. In dam safety, that undesirable event is generally defined as a dam failure. That failure commonly in the past has been defined as an uncontrolled release from a reservoir. It might, though, be some sort of a damaged state without an uncontrolled release. And of course, the Oroville spillway incident is a classic case of that. Although there's been various risk assessments that we've been involved in where there has been an interest in a damaged state in addition to uncontrolled releases. So dam failure risk, then, we could say, is the probability that dam failure occurs. However, dam failures can lead to large-scale life loss, economic or financial loss, environmental damage, damage to cultural heritage sites, and other undesirable consequences. So we might reformat dam failure risk and say it's the probability that the consequences associated with dam failure occur. Now, dams, of course, have multiple failure modes. And as Hartford has pointed out, dam failure can occur as an unusual combination of usual conditions within the design envelope. So dam failure or breach risk for flood-related failure modes is calculated using incremental consequences, defined as the difference between breach and non-breach consequences. So non-breach consequences are associated for the flood-related case with intended operation or spillway releases. So why do we have this definition then when we look at the difference between the breach and non-breach consequences? Well, for a flood-related dam breach failure, the dam breach causes the incremental consequences, not the total consequences. Therefore, incremental consequences equal or indicate rather the potential for dam safety risk reduction. In other words, if dam failure risk was reduced to zero, there would still be the non-breach risk associated with intended operation. So we commonly think of dam failure risk of having two dimensions, a probability dimension that we often represent on a vertical axis, and a consequence dimension that we often represent on a horizontal axis. And it's important to identify the opportunities for reducing the risk in both of these dimensions. In the probability dimension, we can represent in the vertical dimension, that's often associated with structural risk reduction measures. In the consequence dimension, then it would be horizontally here to the left to lower consequences. And that might, for example, be improving the effectiveness of warning and evacuation systems, or perhaps a combination of both. And in some cases, a risk reduction measure may result in a reduction in the probability dimension, but an increase in the consequences dimension. This would, for example, be the case of raising a dam, where that reduces the likelihood of an overtopping failure. But if it were to fail, that we now have a higher head of water, a greater volume of water, the consequences may be greater. Now, one thing about this presentation or portrayal of risk is if we have probability of failure on the vertical axis, consequences on the vertical, then any of the products of the probability of failure and the consequences on this 45-degree sloping line represent a constant average annual risk value. So sometimes we see a definition of risk as simply probability multiplied by consequences. This is actually a special case of an average annual risk. It's not a general definition of risk. But on this plot here, it represents the 45-degree sloping line of constant average annual risk contours. Now, it may be that in the case of raising a dam that I just mentioned here with respect to this orange line here, that in fact, even though there is a reduction in the probability, the increase in consequences may even put us in a situation where the average annual risk increases. So we're going to a higher contour than the case without the risk reduction measure. We also need to keep an eye on the non-breach risk. For example, lowering or widening a spillway crest in order to reduce the probability of overtopping failure may increase the frequency of spillway releases and the magnitude of those releases and increase the non-breach risk. So this goes with the do not harm principle. We actually would be potentially doing some harm by increasing the non-breach risk at the expense of reducing the dam safety risk. Now, if we think more broadly about risk, we've got the probability and severity here, but where does the probability of a dam failure come from? Well, it originates with hazards. They may be external hazards like a flood or an earthquake. And then in response to that external loading, the dam system, the question is, how is it going to react? How is it going to perform? Then when we go to the consequence dimension here, the harm aspect here, we need to consider who is exposed or what is exposed and how susceptible is it to being exposed to a dam failure, breach, flood wave. So the first two components here combined together give us an estimate of the probability of failure of the dam. It considers the likelihood of the loading and how likely it is that the dam would respond in a way that it leads to a failure. So that's the combination of those first two aspects there. However, the probability of life loss also incorporates these second two aspects here, the exposure and the vulnerability. So the probability of life loss is not identical to the probability of failure. There are different considerations that come into play here.
And one food. Do you have?
Sounds like somebody needs to mute their speaker, or their microphone there. Thank you. So many factors actually contribute to the magnitude of life loss and make it variable. The time of day, for example, the failure mode, the location of the failure mode, all of these can lead to different magnitudes of life loss. So the probability of life loss then is not associated with just a single magnitude of life loss. And this chart here, the so-called big FN chart, is really just like a flood frequency plot, a seismic hazard plot. Instead of having PGA on the horizontal axis here, we've got the number of fatalities. And as you can see, the probability is varying. The exceedance probability on the vertical axis here is varying with the number of fatalities. We've got a lower probability here associated with a higher number of fatalities. So this range of life loss is important to understand across the different potential failure modes. The alternative plot here, the little FN plot here, instead of plotting the exceedance probability for life loss here, we plot the annual probability of failure. Instead of having life loss varying here, we have a weighted average of the life loss on the horizontal axis. So we're representing the dam here by a single point with its annual probability of failure here and a weighted average here. And then we can in fact show the individual failure modes with different probabilities and different life loss associated with those. But even within a given failure mode, there might be variation in the potential for life loss there, which is harder to show on this kind of a plot here. Now, there's sometimes some pushback against estimating potential life loss, a concern about doing that. The reality of pushing back there and not doing that is it's really a lost opportunity to identify and understand the factors that contribute to potential life loss, and therefore to understanding and identifying the opportunities to reduce it. There are simulation approaches and empirical approaches for estimating life loss that are in practice. The simulation approaches generally provide a better understanding of the factors that contribute to life loss and therefore the factors that are available to reduce it. than the empirical approaches. Now, so far we've just talked about life loss as if we can represent it with a single point or a line. But if we consider uncertainty, then the point on the little fn in fact becomes a cloud representing the scatter associated with the various factors that contribute to the uncertainty in estimating the probability of failure in the vertical dimension and the average annual life loss in the horizontal dimension. So in the red here, we've got exceeding tolerable risk guidelines that we're going to talk about shortly. In the white here, we're not exceeding those tolerable risk guidelines. So just looking at the density of the points here, you can see that we've got a lower confidence that we meet those tolerable risk guidelines and a higher confidence that we're exceeding them in this particular example here. If we go to the big FN chart here, where we've got exceedance probability for life loss on the vertical axis, and we represent the variation in life loss on the horizontal axis here, then a single line becomes a family of lines here that represent different percentiles. So the median estimate, the 50th percentile estimate is shown here, and then we've got higher percentiles and lower percentiles either side of that. And so the issue then of whether or not we meet tolerable risk guidelines is not, is the point below the line here, is the curve below the line here, but is what is our confidence that we meet tolerable risk guidelines, considering the uncertainties that we can take into account here. So now let's talk about risk assessment and how we might get these estimates and how we might use them. The first thing is it's very important at the outcome of doing a risk assessment to identify what the purpose of the risk assessment is, and therefore what kind of outcome targets we are aiming for. We can group those purposes or outcomes into two groups: those associated with dam safety, those associated with business or stakeholder kinds of outcomes. On the dam safety side, we might be focused on failure modes and understanding them and what is their likelihood and associated consequences. We might want to identify investigations that would help us better understand those failure modes and assign some priorities and urgencies to those. Similarly, we might be interested in not just the current situation, but what kind of risk reduction options are available and what kind of priority and urgency we might associate with those. We might also be interested in interim risk reduction measures on improvements in monitoring surveillance, for example. All these things being aspects of dam safety. On the business side, though, we might be interested in what our potential liabilities are, how this might impact on our dialogue with our insurers and loss financing implications for the sustainability of the business, for example. What the implications are for capital budgeting and financing of risk reduction measures and investigations, and what the degree of justification is for those. The dam may require a license to operate. There might be a safety case there, and that might be one of the outcomes that we're interested in supporting from a risk assessment. There might be an economic regulator we have to make a rate justification case to, and the rate might be sensitive to the degree of investment in dam safety funding. And so that case might be strengthened using a risk-informed argument. A quick example there of a case in the UK that we were involved in beginning about 20 years ago, where when I first started speaking with the dam safety program manager, his approach was, look, we only get so much funding. That's all we've had since I've been here. That's all we're ever going to get. So we're interested in how risk assessment will help us make better use of that fixed amount of funding. But then I started working directly with the managing director and some of the other board members. And the approach there was somewhat different. It was, we are concerned about dam safety. We would like to increase our budget for that. We would like to make the case in our rate structure to increase it. The outcome of working then across the organization and having this in mind as a target was we were able to more than triple the capital, the CapEx budgeting for the dam safety program. Okay, so risk assessment, we start off with purpose. That's very important, as I've tried to demonstrate. We need to understand the decision context. Is there a regulator? What's the regulatory approach? What are the corporate kind of guidelines that we seek to satisfy? What are their decision bases? What stakeholders do we have? What influence will they have in the decisions? Then we need to define what is the system that we're analyzing. What are the range of hazards that we're going to consider? What are the failure modes? What can go wrong? Why and how? And what's the range of consequences that we need in order to inform these different purposes and the approach to decision making that is important for this particular structure. So all this goes into identifying the risk. Then we start about the task of risk analysis, where we're working at characterizing the risk, starting with verbal descriptions and then developing quantitative models and estimating the inputs to those models, the probability and consequence inputs to those models for all credible and significant failure modes. Credible meaning that they're physically plausible, significant meaning that they're going to have some effect, some reasonable finite effect on the estimate of the risk, and more importantly, on the decisions that we're seeking to inform. If we're dealing with failure modes that are so incredibly remote that they're not going to influence the decision making, then we probably can't justify keeping those in the risk analysis. Where that threshold is may vary with the purpose of doing the risk analysis. So having run our risk analysis, having got some estimates of the risk, we then need some sort of framework to evaluate those estimates. This is where tolerable risk guidelines come in, and other criteria for judging the severity of the risk. This also then puts us in a position of beginning to evaluate whether the current risk control measures are adequate and whether additional risk control measures may be justified. So at this point, the technical team is very much involved. We're working on developing risk recommendations that will then go up to the next level of decision making. Just what that involves is going to differ depending whether we're dealing with a regulated or unregulated body, whether it's in the private sector or in the public sector. That needs to be understood, and that will define what the process is for decision making there, which in turn will result in what kind of risk control measures are implemented. They may be structural, they may be non-structural, there may be combinations, they may be affecting recurrent activities, such as improvements in monitoring and surveillance. And then in a case where risk is used on an ongoing basis, then there will be a periodic reassessment of the risk where we re-enter the identification. We go through these steps again. Depending on what level of risk assessment was done previously, we might be just tweaking the inputs to represent new understanding, new information, changes that have taken place perhaps in the downstream area. So then this provides the overall framework for dam safety management, where risk assessment, risk analysis fits within that framework, and where risk control measures fit within that framework. So different levels of risk analysis would be applicable at different points in the framework there. And generally, the selection there should be risk-driven. What is appropriate for the level of decision-making that is being informed? There are index kinds of approaches where we put weights and points on different deficiencies. One of the limitations there is that they generally provide limited insights into failure mechanisms, and that they can distort the risk estimates because of the problem of not using a meaningful risk metric. So they can be less expensive to implement, but they can lead to working on the wrong issues, which can be very costly in terms of the overall program. Reclamation and the Corps of Engineers both had index kinds of approaches, but neither are using those anymore. A calibrated approach may have some benefit at a portfolio level, but one needs to be cautious. So then we have the semi-quantitative risk analysis approach, SQRA. We deal with a matrix there, likelihood of failure on the vertical axis, consequences on the horizontal, and the goal here is to try and estimate where individual failure modes are in an order of magnitude sense of likelihood vertically of consequences horizontally. We may be able to get them in a single box here. They may straddle boxes. They may straddle more than just a couple of boxes, depending on what the level of confidence or uncertainty is that we have. These may be suitable for a preliminary risk assessment, for periodic inspections, maybe for an initial portfolio or screening of failure modes. They're not suitable for complex projects where you've got interactions between failure modes or supporting costly or sensitive decisions. SQRA is used within the US context. I haven't seen it used very significantly overseas. Generally, a simplified quantitative approach would be used instead in most overseas countries where they're using risk. So the quantitative, the QRA approach then can be used for issue evaluations, for evaluating different alternatives, and for portfolio risk assessment, especially where complex projects are involved. And there's more opportunities then for building in uncertainty, although in current practice there hasn't been a lot of explicit consideration of uncertainty. This is kind of the frontier that we're at right now, more explicitly including uncertainty in some risk assessments. So what about tolerable risk guidelines? We hear a lot about tolerable risk guidelines. Why do we speak about tolerable risk and not acceptable risk? Well, if we look at the dictionary, tolerate means to put up with, to learn to live with. Whereas accept means we willingly accept like we would a gift. We endure without protest or reaction, for example, poor living conditions. Or we regard it as proper or normal or inevitable. It's widely acceptable. So these kinds of definitions really don't seem appropriate when we're talking about the kinds of things that can happen when a dam fails. It's more of learning to live with it and under certain conditions, and we'll talk about what those conditions might be. That's why we use the word tolerable rather than acceptable. So we put those on a scale here. Then this diagram originally came from the Health and Safety Executive in the UK. It's been adapted a bit here. The width here at the top indicates high risk, and the dark red also. The narrowed green at the bottom here indicates a lower level of risk. So at some point we might say there's a level that is unacceptable. This is the unacceptable region. On the other hand, down the other end, it might be broadly acceptable. We really don't think about those risks. They're really at a very low level there. So generally our focus then is getting our dams out of the unacceptable region into the tolerable region, and then the issue is how far down should we drive the risk within that tolerable risk region. Generally, the basis then for reducing risk is one of equity or fairness, to get out of the unacceptable area, to get below these limits here, and then issues such as legal liability, as low as reasonably practical kind of considerations drive the risk down, justify driving it down further. Issues of economic efficiency and benefit cost ratio come into play here. So let's think a little bit more about these three areas here. The unacceptable area there, generally that's unacceptable whatever the benefits are associated with the risk, regardless of the cost of reducing the risk, except in exceptional circumstances. An example of that might be a flood control dam above a major metropolitan area. We may not be able to get the risk down to a tolerable area below the unacceptable line here, because the scale of the life loss might be high, even though the actual probabilities that we're estimating are relatively low. But to remove that flood control project would put us in a much worse situation. So this would be an example of an exceptional circumstance, and it needs to be very carefully justified in an open forum there. At the other end of the spectrum then, we've got risks that are generally regarded as insignificant and adequately controlled. These might be small farm ponds that if they With a breach, they just spread a little bit of water over the farmer's pond. There's no third-party farmer's field. There's no third-party damage, but they wouldn't be major dams. So their risks down here then are regarded as insignificant or trivial in our daily lives. An example might be a meteor strike. We don't build homes to withstand a meteor strike. We don't even think about that when we're designing our homes. And the effort to do so, of course, would be waste of limited resources. An example of a boundary here, of a limit line, might be for individual risk affecting the most exposed individual of, say, 1 in 10,000 per year. There are other examples of other values associated with that. It considers the potential for failure, the exposure, and the vulnerability aspects there for the person most exposed. And we can represent it on a simple probability axis here. 1 in 10,000. Above this, the risks are unacceptable. Below this, we are in the tolerable risk region. We have to demonstrate that we've satisfied as low as reasonably practical requirements. So that's for individual risk, the most exposed person. Considering societal risk across the scale of fatalities, multiple fatalities, then we have a guideline here separating the unacceptable and tolerable regions that generally is a decreasing probability as the potential for a large number of fatalities increases. And here's another version of that for the little FN chart with the average annual life loss. Here, this is where the products of the probability and the consequences are equal. We've got a contour of equal average annual life loss here. So then let's think about this tolerable risk region, because the goal then is to get out of the unacceptable. And then the question in a country that has a common law arrangement is generally, well, how much further can we justify driving the risk? That is inevitably associated with what options exist. If we don't have any options, then we don't have any basis for considering how much further we can drive the risk. So this is sometimes called optioneering. Affordability is generally not considered. We need to consider risk transfers. We need to consider good practice. Something called disproportionality, which you might think of as an upside down benefit cost ratio. With a benefit cost ratio the right way up, we're trying to justify a project with benefit cost ratios above 1. Here, we're interested in effectively what is a benefit cost ratio with considering life safety as well. And we might be targeting, instead of 1 here, we might be targeting values of 0.1 or maybe 0.3 as a target for justifying reducing the risk in this tolerable risk region here. Also need to consider societal concerns. Ultimately, it's a matter of judgment. There's no simple calculations here. Instead of as low as reasonably practicable, in New South Wales and Australia, the regulator is now considering so far as reasonably practicable. And I'm on a panel now that's developing guidance for how that might be implemented. At the end of the day, I don't see a lot of difference with ALARP, even though in theory there are some differences there. So the tolerable region then, this is a region in which people are prepared to live with the risk in order to secure benefits. If we're not securing benefits, we shouldn't be exposing people to the risk. So that's the first consideration. Generally, the risk would not be in this broadly acceptable region, so we're up above that region. We need to be confident the risks are being properly assessed and managed, the third consideration. And the fourth consideration, they need to be periodically reviewed and, if appropriate, further reduced so that they will remain as low as reasonably practicable. So this means then that tolerable risk is not simply about getting below a line on a chart. We put a lot of emphasis on that because as engineers we like plots and we like criteria, but that's just part of the consideration. These other considerations are very much in play in order to justify that our risk is tolerable. And some of these, as you can see, are about managing the risk and periodically reviewing it, which have always been parts of a good dam safety program, but they take on a new significance here as we go back through that loop then of reassessing whether our risks remain tolerable in an ongoing sense. So now let's talk about dam safety management. While technical evaluation of dam safety must be approached on a dam-by-dam basis, many organizations have a group or portfolio of dams. And the probability that an owner or a regulator or a consultant associated with many dams would experience the failure is determined by the number of dams that they have, their individual probabilities of failure, and will be driven most by the least safe dams in that group of dams, the ones with the highest probabilities of failure. Now remember, this applies to owners, it also applies to regulators, it also applies to consultants. So dams then are managed within the context of the owner's business. This is where the revenue comes from to manage the safety of those dams. It requires more than just meeting standards or regulatory requirements. A major driver for the development of the risk-informed dam safety management approach has been trying to put dams into a business context and not just in a technical context. Bulletin 154 from ICOLD is Dam Safety Management Operational Phases of the Dam Life Cycle, and it provides a general structure for a systems approach to dam safety management. Let's think about what some of the differences are between the traditional approach and a risk-informed approach. It might help us get our minds around the full implications here. In the past, compliance has been an emphasis with the standards approach, compliance with standards and good practice. With a risk-informed approach, we still consider standards and good practice, but the emphasis is on demonstrating the case, a risk-informed case, that we have reduced the risk to a tolerable level. Traditionally, we focused on design loading events. In a risk-informed approach, we consider the full range of those loading events, including the design cases and in many cases beyond those design loading cases. In a traditional approach, I think it's fair to say that the primary decision makers have been technical, have been engineers through conservative assumptions, in many cases conservatism upon conservatism, the severity of load cases and defense in depth. Whereas in a risk-informed approach, the non-technical decision makers can be informed by the engineers through using the characterization of the failure risk. The dialogue can be a lot more meaningful when we use a risk-informed approach. Traditionally, consequences have entered into dam safety through hazard classification, which is a fairly blunt tool, whereas with the risk-informed approach, estimating and particularly understanding consequences is now very important. Compliance is sometimes talked about as if it would bring about zero risk. In reality, we know that's not true. In a risk-informed approach, we're trying to identify, understand, and manage a small, non-zero residual risk. It's been hard to incorporate the technically oriented, technically focused traditional approaches into an owner's business processes. There's more hooks and more ways to do that with a risk-informed approach, but it still takes hard work to do it. Interestingly, there's been some transfer of ideas that have originated in the risk area, such as potential failure modes analysis, such as putting more stress on failure modes such as internal erosion, that have moved over into technical practice here, even in places where risk assessment is not being used. Now I'd like to think about a dam safety program and where does risk fit in here potentially. And I want to just put a diagram together here that would apply to either a standards or a risk-informed program. The names of the activities may vary by organization, but I think the purposes are similar. We've got recurring activities on an outer loop non-recurring activities on the inner loop, and then importantly various decision points which could be informed from a risk approach. So on the outside here we have surveillance and monitoring, we've got emergency action planning, emergency management, we've got operations and management, we've got annual inspections, we've got periodic reviews, comprehensive reviews. And many of these activities then can lead to us identifying dam safety issues. In addition, an incident or a special event, a significant earthquake, a major flood, might lead us to identifying dam safety issues. That means we have to make some decisions. We've got a decision diamond here about how we're going to address those potential dam safety issues. That leads us into the non-recurring activities, the one-off activities that are in response to dam safety issues. It might be a special inspection or examination might be appropriate, maybe expedited action leading to some sort of expedited risk reduction measure. On the other hand, we may have more time on our side and a more formal risk evaluation might be appropriate, and we might also consider interim risk reduction measures that provide a more immediate impact on the risk than longer-term measures would provide. Again, there are decisions associated with these various activities here. The outcome of an issue evaluation, we need to decide we're going to move that into a risk reduction evaluation. Are we going to go back into operation? If we do we need to make some changes to our operation and maintenance, to our surveillance and monitoring processes? So they're all decisions that need to be made here. If we move into a risk reduction program, we need to evaluate the options in a modification study, go into design and construction, and then evaluate the success of that after we've implemented it and when we've had to deal with the actual conditions on the ground. And so then we have to ask ourselves again, are there remaining issues that need to be dealt with? We need to go back through the process here, or are we focusing on just the outer loop here? We never leave the outer loop even if we're dealing with activities on the inner loop here. So where should risk assessment fit in the dam safety program? Hopefully any program that you are familiar with could be characterized by something like these activities. The names may be different. The exact way we connect the boxes might be different. But I think we've got probably most dam safety programs could be represented here. Well, the quick answer to that is potentially everywhere into the program there. So if we start out here, then dam safety programs that have not used risk before often will begin with an initial screening risk assessment. We're trying to understand what the potential failure modes are, what the baseline risk is, and a semi-quantitative or a quantitative approach may be appropriate here. So that identifies dam safety issues that we then can move forward into these other activities here. Also, if we've done a previous risk assessment, then there's opportunity with these routine activities here, the inspections and the reviews, to evaluate whether the risk assessment is still appropriate or whether it needs to be updated as we go through these activities here, separate from whether we're dealing with particular dam safety issues in the inner part over here. If we are dealing with particular issues, then interim risk reduction measures might be informed by a risk assessment. This is the red number 5 here, which would inform the decision associated with whether or not we implement an IRRM. If we're dealing with evaluating an issue here, we need to make a decision as to how we're going to address that. A risk assessment can help to inform that decision here. Similarly, if we're looking at different alternatives, a risk assessment can help us with the evaluation of those alternatives. So a previous risk assessment that's being initiated here at screening might be updated, it might be improved on for application in these other parts of the process here. And then it might also be used at the end here to evaluate the risk reduction that has been achieved here. So scalability and adaptability are therefore desirable features in risk analysis software if we're going to try and use it at different points in the process here, and if we're going to update it as new information is available. So another aspect then of where risk can be used in the overall management of dam safety program, in addition to informing those various decisions at different points there and the understanding that goes along with that, is managing prioritization of queues. Priority is the order that things should be done. Urgency is how soon they should be done. So though these two are related, there's an important distinction here. If I've got 100 dam safety issues I'm aware of over my portfolio of dams, I can prioritize them. I can make number one the top priority, and then I can sit on it for a decade. That's not giving it urgency, that's giving it priority without urgency. So both are very important here. The urgency must be appropriate in terms of our due diligence associated with those dam safety issues. So queues then contain a group of dams at different stages in the process. There may be a queue going into issue evaluations. There may be a queue going into improving our recurring activities. There may be a queue going into major risk reduction measures and evaluating those, or once we've evaluated them, into putting them into the design and construction. So at each point here, there's an iterative process where the priority of a dam, its priority may change as we get better understanding through the process here, and as we're juggling those priorities across multiple dams in a portfolio. So we're juggling both the potential risk reduction measures, we're also juggling the urgency of studies as well here. And again, this process can be informed by risk assessment. We might prioritize worst first, the highest probability of failure, the highest average annual risk, the sloping line on the plot we saw, or we might use cost effectiveness. This is a small portfolio of dams in Australia we worked on about almost 25 years ago now, and we prioritized the risk reduction by cost effectiveness here. At the same time, they had a previous priority that they had on the dams there, and we showed that in terms of the risk estimates, it would have resulted in a much slower reduction in the risk. We've got cost here, we've got risk here. Cost, of course, often goes hand in hand with time. So a much lower risk reached a lot faster than in the absence of thinking about and understanding risk and how much bang for the buck, the slopeness of the line here is bang for the buck. So now let's think about the regulatory implications of this as we draw the end of the presentation here. This is a portfolio of about 150 dams, and there was well over that number of risk reduction measures. Initially, we only captured those risk reduction measures associated with what the dam safety guidance and standards in the location in which these dams were located would have called for. So we focused initially just on standards-based risk reduction measures, and then we prioritize those in terms of cost effectiveness here. So this is the estimate of how the overall probability of failure across the portfolio would have been reduced as a function of the investment. This is the economic loss, the dollars per year, product of probability and economic consequences. And then here, this is the lives per year, the average annual life loss. So the end point then of this program, limited to standards, would be this point here with this level of investment. Then what we did was we said, okay, are we meeting tolerable risk guidelines at this point here? The answer was no on a dam-by-dam basis. So we went back in, we looked at what are the failure modes that are driving that, and what kind of risk reduction measures might there be associated with them. And this increased the number of risk reduction measures by maybe about another 100 or so. And then we mixed them. We allowed them to mix in the prioritization here. So in some cases, the new risk reduction measures that came out of thinking about tolerable risk moved up to the front end here. There was a mixture of the standards-based and the risk-informed measures throughout the overall sequence here. So then let's look at what happened there. This endpoint here for life loss now can be reached a lot sooner in time and for a lot lower investment. In terms of economic consequences, the endpoint could be reached much sooner. However, this is a bit like squeezing a balloon. You squeeze it in one way, the economic and life loss direction, it comes out a bit in the probability dimension, so that would defer meeting that same point in terms of probability. So what was actually done here was a hybrid approach was taken. The higher probability dams were given the highest priority in the risk reduction program, and then beyond those, a cost effectiveness approach was used, and so we landed up with something in between the two approaches that you see here. So now let me just conclude with a few points, and then we have time for a few questions. In today's world, many dam owners need to better justify expenditures and use their available resources as effectively as possible. There is a growing desire by the public to know that it is being adequately protected, and the public expects greater accountability and transparency in corporate governance, both in the private sector and also in the public sector. A risk-informed approach to dam safety management provides a framework to help dam owners and regulators to address these potentially conflicting challenges. A risk-informed approach provides dam owners with the opportunity to take a proactive approach to managing the safety of their dams instead of a reactive approach to regulatory requirements. This is very, very important consideration here. To really get the benefit from a risk-informed approach, an owner needs to take charge of their own destiny here. The risks, the liability is theirs. They need to take a proactive approach and not a reactive approach, and they need to do that with a dialogue with the owner. If the owner is going to insist on meeting standards ahead of tolerable risk considerations, the rate of risk reduction might be significantly reduced, as I demonstrated on the previous slide. We must have that dialogue with the regulator. Risk approaches must be implemented at an appropriate level of detail with proper consideration given to their limitations and their associated uncertainties. And we've got a few minutes for questions.
Yes, David. Thank you for your presentation. So we've had quite a lot of discussion while your presentation has been going on in the chat box, and I'll get you to chime in on it on the first part of the question. Then I'll make sure that you be able to read everybody's reaction to that question. It kind of opened up a can of worms a little bit, but here's the first question that started the conversation in the chat. From a life safety, and this comes from James Denby with FEMA, from a life safety standpoint, what is the benefit of estimating life loss versus delineating the population at risk? From an emergency management perspective, we evacuate the population at risk, not just those we estimate that will perish.
Very good question. Absolutely true. The focus for evacuation, for warning, is the entire population at risk. The reality is that when you've had the opportunity to estimate life loss on multiple projects, as I have, in multiple settings for multiple kinds of failure modes with different kinds of lead times, the reality is that the the fraction of that population at risk that may be successfully evacuated varies enormously. Our focus needs to be on improving that, but the fact that in some places that life loss is greater than others is something that distinguishes the severity of the risk. It justifies driving the probability of failure down lower, and therefore it's very important to understand as part of the overall risk assessment process. And understanding is very important, not just getting a number and running with it in a calculation. So that's the first part you said. What's the second part?
Okay. I guess the second part, from emergency management perspective, we evacuate the population at risk, not just those that we estimate will perish.
Yes, yeah, that's true. That's absolutely correct. But as I tried to indicate there, the degree of effectiveness of doing that is going to vary enormously. And so that then is what we take into account there in our decision making. Now, we're not trying to excuse a large potential life loss. The whole emphasis is on trying to reduce the likelihood of that and reduce the number of people who may not successfully evacuate. And so looking at non-structural ways of doing that, of whether there's issues with the transportation network, with evacuation routes that become flooded early in the process, of whether traffic becomes congested, and whether a staged approach to evacuation might more effectively evacuate the population. There's many, many options there that if we try to understand and simulate the processes there of warning, of people responding, of people evacuating, many, many options there for trying to make the overall evacuation process more effective. So there's both of those dimensions that we need to look at. Just looking at population at risk is not going to give us that understanding, and it's very important understanding to responsibly approach the risk associated with dams. Yeah.
All right. I didn't see any more questions about, so I guess I'll ask this one. I think you indicated there that a lot of dialogue has to be together between the owners and regulator. How does the risk communications piece kind of fit into to that live dialogue between each other, and then that dialogue between the public tomorrow as well? So David, were you able to get back? Were you able to get back on?
I think I'm back in. Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
That's okay. Did you hear that last question?
I didn't hear the question. You were mentioning the owner and the regulator.
Yeah. I was just wondering what's that role? What's that overall role that dam risk communications kind of play within that dialogue and that dialogue between maybe with the public as well? Thank you everybody for participating. So this is our first try at this. We have a very large audience, so thanks for bearing with us with some of the tech we had. Hopefully we'll be able to resolve all of those tomorrow. So see you tomorrow at 11. Thanks everybody.